apologized for one member in the previous meeting. So that was the reason. Thanks, Honorable Slep, on that point of privilege. Our condolences are going to those that may have lost their lives, but also those that get injured for recovery that speedily. Thanks for that. Honorable members, as I said, I wanted the agenda to be flighted because we've also received a letter this morning from the House Chairperson communicating on how we need to proceed as committees of the National Assembly and select committees on situations where the departments would have come before us to present after that first fiscal framework that was passed by Parliament. In that way, there are no changes. There would not be expectation that they can present before the committee. So that is a letter received just before 8 this morning. And we have scheduled our meeting already. But of course, members will also remember that the entities necessarily would have not presented, but the department and SEE would have done so. That therefore would mean, as it relates to the presentation, where there is no change, surely you'll run over that more to confirm that there are no changes in that space, but spend time on where the changes are and what are the implications of those changes, be it financial, be it the strategic direction that is being taken, be it the actual programs, if there are changes, and what those implications are for the department to fulfill its tasks, but also for the oversight work we need to do as the committee over the executive and as well as the entities reporting to the department. So I just thought it's important that that matter is clarified upfront. The implication of it, therefore, is that we will then have to monitor the meeting as we proceed. So it may save a bit of time, that approach, so that you really focus on taking the committee through what these changes would mean for the work we do. Understanding that members went through the documents also, and surely they've made comparison in terms of what was presented on the 23rd of April and what is being presented on the 18th of June 2025. So I just thought it's important that we understand that right in the beginning of the meeting. With that having been said, honorable members, as we usually do, I take it that because we have only one apology from the ministry, we have the delegation led by the minister, and therefore the deputy minister, Namadzinga Shabalala, because there was no apology, I saw still on the platform when I first entered the platform. I take it that they will be ready to kickstart from the side of the ministry, Honorable Minister. Once you've taken us on the political overview, which I always emphasize that the political overview also helps the ministry to take us into confidence as the committee and South Africans on matters of importance, the topical, as it relates to the work of the department and the ministry. As you introduced then, also what is before the committee in terms of the agenda. So we give you that time. And once that has happened, we'll then start using the clock. And I'm confident that with the approach that's being taken, where the emphasis is on where the changes are and the implications thereof, surely the department, because that's the one that presented, it should be easy for them to do that in the 45 minutes, so that there's time to elaborate on those that they want to elaborate on, but it should be within that time max. And thereafter, of course, take up a discussion. After that, we'll then take the entities, at least their presentations are quite short. 20 on each will do. Even there, would really want to see the emphasis on areas of whether there's improvement or constraints that are imposed by whatever changes are with regard to the budget or the new fiscal framework that has been adopted. So that's how we're going to approach it. So let me then officially declare the meeting open and allow the ministry to take us through on the first point of political overview and how they are going to approach the presentation. I hope I'm still audible.
Honorable Chairperson, I don't see myself. Am I visible?
Yes, you are. You can then proceed, and we all can also hear you.
I would have loved to see myself.
So that it seems it's me that's out. Because for some time now, I'm trying to even look at the video. I can't see on my side. So I thought I'm probably out of the meeting completely. So
I see both of you.
But if I can be heard, that's what is important. Minister, Honorable Minister can then proceed. I'll try and switch this.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. I see myself now. Thank you for this opportunity. Good morning to you, Chairperson, the Honorable Whip, the Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much.
And we can see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister Nematzinga Shabalala, the Acting Director General, all officials on the call, including those that are the support of the Portfolio Committee, distinguished guests, South Africans. Before we proceed with today's deliberations, I must speak to a tragedy that weighs heavily on all of us. The recent floods that have ravaged parts of Eastern Cape, particularly in and around Mthatha, have left devastation in their wake. As of this morning, the death toll stands at 90, with heartbroken families still searching for loved ones, swept away by unrelenting water. Homes, livelihoods, memories washed away in a matter of hours, while the root cause of this disaster is still being investigated. The fingerprints of global warming and climate change are undeniable. This is not a distant crisis, it is here. It is personal. It is now. In the face of such anguish, we must come together, not as bureaucrats or politicians, but as human beings united in compassion and action. We owe it to those who have lost everything, not only to mourn with them, but to intervene with purpose, urgency, and care. As the Department of Employment and Labour, we have activated a response team working closely with the Eastern Cape Chief Directorate, Provincial Operations, and Mthatha Labour Centre to identify needs on the ground and craft a concrete, coordinated intervention. I will be visiting the affected communities on Monday, the 23rd of June, to witness firsthand the extent of the devastation and to offer support to families and workers. I extend an invitation to members of this portfolio committee, those who are available, to join us in this act of solidarity. Our presence will not undo the tragedy, but it will send a powerful message that government sees them, hears them, and works with them. Honorable Chairperson, I would also like to take this moment to extend our deepest condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones in the recent disasters in KwaZulu-Natal, or the disaster of KwaZulu-Natal, which is now the tragic collision between a bus and a truck, which claimed 10 lives at the scene. Our thoughts are with all the affected families and communities during this difficult time. Thank you for the opportunity, honorable members, for us to present the strategic outlook and performance plans of the entities of the Department of Employment and Labour and also the department itself. This presentation comes at a time when our economy and our democracy demand that every institution of the state demonstrate impact, inspires public confidence, and plays its role in rebuilding and transforming our country. We meet in a context of multiple and layered crises, rising inequality, stubbornly high unemployment, and the growing cost of living pressures facing ordinary South Africans. But we also meet with determination and optimism, because in these challenges lie an opportunity to reimagine and recommit to a state that works deliberately and efficiently for the people. Today, I'm pleased to report that our department, through its entities and the department itself, have laid out comprehensive and forward-looking strategic plans that are not only responsive to these challenges, but also offer bold practical steps for building an inclusive, capable, and just labor market. I also called to engage with the complex and evolving dynamics in our employment landscape, dynamics that affect how we understand, measure, and act upon the question of decent work in South Africa. In recent weeks, a topical public debate was recently sparked by remarks attributed to Capitec Bank questioning the credibility of South Africa's unemployment measurement framework, and by implication suggesting that our official unemployment rate may be overstated. This provoked a flurry of responses across the economic, academic, and policy landscape, with varied perspectives dissecting the methodology, assumptions, and implications of our labor market data. As the Department of Employment and Labour, we welcome such rigorous public engagement. These debates are healthy for our democracy, and they plant the seeds for critical introspection and continual refinement of the tools we use to understand our economic and labor realities. What is important to clarify, however, is that the metrics currently used to calculate unemployment in South Africa is drawn directly from the International Labour Organization methodology. As confirmed by Statistics South Africa, this framework has been adopted globally and provides a uniform statistical language across countries. That having been said, even the LO itself concedes that this methodology is not without. It has its limitations, particularly in economies with large informal sectors, high levels of discouraged work seekers, or structural barriers to labor absorption. These complexities must be acknowledged as we strive for a more complete and nuanced understanding of unemployment in our country. What made this national conversation all the more poignant, Chairperson, is that it unfolded while I was in Geneva attending the 2025 International Labour Conference, a global forum precisely focused on evolving labour standards, decent work and inclusive growth from the 2nd to the 13th June 2025. The ILC brought together more than 5,000 delegates from countries, including representatives of government, business, and labor, to deliberate on critical world of work issues such as protection against biological hazards, decent work in the platform economy, and transitions from informal to formal employment. South Africa was represented by a strong delegation from the Department of Employment and Labor, which I led, including our social partners, and we participated actively throughout the conference, especially during the intensive week of the 9th to the 13th of June. We must congratulate Team South Africa for the sterling work that they did, in particular on the convention that was later adopted by conference on biological hazards protection. On the 10th of June, I had the honor of addressing the plenary on the urgency of adapting international labor standards to the realities of the platform economy, the threats posed by biological hazards to worker safety, and the imperative of upholding decent work as a cornerstone of economic development. In my capacity as chairperson of the African Regional Labour Administration Center, ARLEC, I had presided also over a ministerial meeting, which was the first of its kind, inaugural Governing Council of ARLEC, the 51st ARLEC Governing Council on the 11th of June, held at United Nations headquarters in Geneva. There I emphasized the urgent need for African labor institutions to become more agile, proactive and future-ready, especially in response to the pressures of rapid technological change and volatile global economic conditions. I argued, as I do here today, that Africa cannot remain a supplier of cheap labor and raw materials. We must become producers of advanced value knowledge and innovation, and that transition must be labor inclusive. On the 13th of June, our department played a key role in presenting the committee report on biological hazards, with South Africa being the only country from SADC region serving on that specific committee. The report was capably delivered by Ms. Bulelwa Huna from our department and laid out critical international recommendations to safeguard workers against biological risks. This was a historic moment. The committee presented to conference, and the conference reached a landmark agreement to adopt a new international convention, supplemented by a recommendation to set global standards on the protection of workers from biological hazards. The convention articulates clear responsibilities for governments, employers, and workers. It defines key concepts such as biological exposure, risk evaluation, and prevention. It mandates national preparedness strategies, improved coordination among institutions, and publicized guidelines for managing biological hazards in workplaces. This work is a testament to what multilateralism can achieve when underpinned by tripartite cooperation and social justice principles. Chairperson, South Africa's visible leadership at the ILC was not accidental. It was a deliberate act of international engagement rooted in our constitutional and developmental values. Our experience, especially in managing complex labor market transition and public employment programs, is now being shared and sharpened on the world stage. Let me reiterate, the debates we have at home be it on unemployment metrics or labor absorption, must not be siloed. They should be part of a larger national and global dialogue about how we build a fairer, more dynamic and inclusive world of work. That is precisely what we are striving for, both in South Africa and in the international fora like ILC. In other development of national significance, the National Treasury announced on the 13th June 2025 that South Africa has now substantially completed all 22 action items in the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, action plan following the grey listing in February 2023. The FATF will make its final determination at its plenary in October 2025 on whether to deal with South Africa. This is a positive and commendable milestone, signaling our collective commitment to financial integrity, transparency, and compliance with global standards, key ingredients for sustainable investment and job creation. While there are rays of light, we are also faced with painful realities in our industrial economy. The automotive sector, once a jewel of South Africa's manufacturing capability, is undergoing a disruptive and uncertain transformation. We have noted with deep concern the announcement by Goodyear South Africa to close its Uitenhage plant after 70 years of operation. The economic implications for the Eastern Cape, and particularly for workers and families who depend on this employment, are enormous. We are mindful of the painful precedent set by the Ford and VW retrenchments, which left many workers in that region destitute and disillusioned. That is why we are actively engaging through our provincial teams and social partners to explore stopgap measures to temporarily safeguard jobs while seeking more durable long-term solutions for industrial revitalization. In parallel, we are keeping a close eye on industry trends report that are suggesting that major players like Audi and Mercedes-Benz are contemplating a relocation from South African market, citing intensifying competition from Chinese auto manufacturers. This signals not only a shift in market dynamics, but also raises questions about industrial policy, trade protections, localization strategy, and the role of government in ensuring a fair, competitive, and worker-centric automotive future. Chairperson, these developments reinforce the urgency of rethinking how we support workers and industries in transition, how we safeguard local capacity in an open global market, and how we ensure that our workers are not left behind as global forces reshape our economic destiny. As we ushered in the 7th administration under the stewardship of the ANC-led government of national unity, the Department of Employment and Labor aligns itself and its work with the foundational principles of the GNU, which serve as a compass tool guiding government action during this new era. These principles, rooted in unity and in diversity, ethical leadership, participatory democracy, social justice, and accelerated service delivery, provide the political and moral framework within which the department must execute its mandate. In direct response to this call, which is setting 3 priorities of the GNU, of driving inclusive economic growth and job creation, of reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, and lastly, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We, as the Department of Employment and Labor, have adopted 7 strategic priorities that will anchor its programs over the medium term. Strengthening the regulatory functions of the department to ensure compliance, protection, and fairness across the labor market. Enhancing coordination of employment interventions across government through dynamic partnerships, intergovernmental cooperation, and social compacts. Promoting good corporate governance and ethical leadership within the department and its public entities. Driving improved, integrated, and citizen-centered service delivery especially to the most vulnerable and marginalized. Strengthening institutional capacity through targeted investments in systems, people, and performance management. Massively marketing the department's services to improve accessibility and public awareness across all provinces. Hashtag Operation Yazini, Know Your Ministry. And lastly, advancing the new employment mandate by repositioning the department as a central actor in active labor market policies, job creation, and inclusive economic transformation. The department has developed a process plan in relation to the State of the Nation Address 2025, and from that, a program of action for 2025-2026 financial year. In line with the government's medium-term development plan, the department aims to drive progress across the following across those above-mentioned national priorities. The first MTT priority, which is driving inclusive growth and job creation, is a fulcrum on which much else depends. Growth without jobs is exclusion by another name. On our part, as Department of Employment and Labor, one of the critical instruments we are currently finalizing is the National Employment Policy, which seeks to create a deliberate demand-led framework to translate economic growth into sustainable decent jobs. This policy will serve as a guide for the structural reform and institutional arrangements necessary to ensure that investment leads not just to capital accumulation, but to labor absorption and social inclusion. It's one of the department's flagship contributions to the reindustrialization and transformation of the South African economy. We must also highlight the important work being done by the National Pathway Management Network in partnership with us, because it is a public partnership that we are championing as the Department of Employment and Labor. This network coordinates, it is coordinated in the presidency and operationally managed through Harambee, serves as a bridge between opportunity and young talent. The SA Youth Platform, which is part of the NPMN ecosystem, has already registered over 5 million young people. Critically, it has placed 1.57 million youth in earning opportunities, with 70% of those opportunities secured by women. These are not just numbers, they represent lives changed, families supported, and hope restored, and all through the work of the Department of Employment and Labor. In line with our 5-year strategic plan, the department is targeting to create 2 million jobs by 2030 through an integrated employment drive. This includes 650,000 jobs, which will be generated through collaboration between IDC and PMN in the Presidency and Public Employment Services. 350,000 jobs through PES, approximately 70,000 per annum, and 1 million jobs to be delivered through the UIF, including the 140,000 education assistance jobs and 860,000 created via labor activation programs. To consolidate and guide the implementation of this ambition, we are spearheading the development of the National Strategic Framework for Public Employment Programs, PEPs. This framework is being developed in partnership with leading academics and the International Labour Organization and will be finalized during the current financial year after extensive research and stakeholder engagement. A pilot rollout is anticipated in 2026, with learnings to be mainstreamed thereafter. One of the major constraints that we must name honestly is the underfunding of the Department of Employment and Labor. We must confront this limitation if we are serious about shifting the needle on unemployment. The Public Employment Services branch, under that constraint that we are talking about, managed to register more than 1.3 million work seekers for the period ending March 2025, of which 793,000 were youth and 3,187 were persons with disabilities. Given the devastating effect of unemployment, DEL employment counselors provided much needed counseling support to more than 344,032 work seekers, of which 254,797 were youth. A further 98,869 unemployed persons were placed into job and training opportunities. Of these, 58,393 were youth. DEL also had more than 9 jobs fairs across the country to directly connect with the work seekers on the ground, providing advice and support. More importantly, employers were engaged in breakfast sessions to encourage them to create jobs and to also ensure collaborative partnerships. 14 DEL mobile services vans were deployed across the country to provide services in addition to the physical labor centers. In collaboration with the National Pathway Management Manager and Industrial Development Corporation, DEL has launched an innovation fund to help stimulate demand activities in sectors that are showing potential for growth. All of this work, Chairperson, is in service of our department's overarching goal, decent work and inclusive economic growth. These cannot be achieved without a well-functioning administration and an efficient, ethical public service. Our commitment to performance improvement is not optional, it is essential. When we implement our policy frameworks with precision, when we build capacity and accountability, the results can be felt by real workers in narrower pay gaps, in safer and fairer workplaces, in fewer disputes, and in a more stable and inclusive labor market. The proposed amendments to labor laws aim to tackle persistent issues of high unemployment, inequality, and poverty in the country. These reforms are designed to promote job creation and ensure business sustainability, with a particular focus on supporting small business by simplifying compliance with labor regulations. Key improvements in these amendments include exempting small startups defined as businesses that have been operational for 2 years or less from collective bargaining agreements within the bargaining council system. This change is intended to create a more flexible and business-friendly environment for a new enterprise or for new enterprises. Additionally, small businesses will benefit from the revised Code of Good Practice that streamlines the process for dismissals and retrenchments, making them less complex and more cost-effective. Furthermore, the amendments aim to strengthen the rights of vulnerable workers and strengthen compliance with the laws, improve the efficiency of dispute resolution between employers and employees, and reinforce labor market institutions, focus on resolving disputes quickly and effectively. They also seek to align existing legislation with recent court rulings, ensuring that the legal framework remains current and relevant. Government believes that these amendments will create a more favorable environment for job creation and economic stability. This portfolio committee meeting comes at a crucial moment, with South Africa facing intensifying socioeconomic pressures, persistently high unemployment, sluggish economic growth, rising inequality, and growing urgency for inclusive just transition. The briefing on 2025-26 budget allocation and strategic plans of the Department of Employment and Labor and its entities, which includes SEE, Productivity SA, CCMA, and NEDLEC, provides an important opportunity to assess the alignment of these institutional plans with the broader national priorities of job creation, social justice, labor market reform, and inclusive economic growth. On SEE, the strategic plan and the annual performance plan of SEE reflect an inspiring and deliberate commitment to expanding employment for persons with disabilities. This is not charity, it is social justice, it is economic inclusion, and it is a constitutional imperative. Our employment targets are ambitious and they are very targeted. 2,000 additional people with disabilities by year 2030. These numbers are not just statistics. They represent human dignity, restored purpose, and family sustained. But you are clear that numbers alone do not tell the full story. Success will require much more than targets. It will demand political will, intergovernmental collaborations, investment in accessible infrastructure, and the reorientation of public procurement to prioritize entities like SEE. Without these, we risk noble goals that remain symbolic. We equally focus on the education to employment continuum. Inclusion cannot begin at the point of employment. It must start in our schools and extend into training institutions and workplaces. Our approach must be systemic, from accessible basic education to inclusive technical training to dignified work. It is this kind of coordinated planning and whole of government execution that will make the employment of people with disabilities a norm, not an exception. Let us be frank, SE alone cannot carry the weight of government's responsibility on disability inclusion. What is needed is a national campaign with enforcement mechanisms to ensure all sectors comply with the Employment Equity Act and dismantle the physical and institutional barriers that keep so many of our people locked out of economic participation. It is not just about targets, it is about transformation. On productivity South Africa, I often say, honorable members, that productivity South Africa is one of government's best kept secrets. But I assure you that will no longer be the case. This entity and the work it does is so vital that we will be bullish in ensuring it is recognized, supported, and scaled. The Productivity SA Strategic Plan 25 to 2030 and the Annual Performance Plan 2025 to 2026 represent an ambition and a clear-sighted response to our productivity crisis. In an economy where GDP growth is sluggish and unemployment entrenched, productivity is not a luxury. It is a foundation for competitiveness, resilience, and inclusive growth. PSA is focused to three key levers: building enterprise capacity, disseminating productivity, enhancing research, and strengthening institutional development. These include targeted support for distressed firms, the promotion of productivity culture in workplaces, and skills development across sectors. But honorable members, we must confront a hard truth. Without measurable targets, sustained funding, and real behavioral change in the enterprises and the public sector alike, this vision will remain aspirational. We are addressing these gaps. Productivity SA is rolling out its business turnaround and recovery program more proactively, identifying at-risk sectors and offering integrated support to help firms survive, adapt, and preserve jobs. Capacity remains a challenge. Vacancies at operational levels in KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, and Mpumalanga have slowed delivery, but we are actively filling these gaps and building a more agile team that can respond with speed and precision. Equally important is inclusivity. Productivity SA is extending its programs to informal businesses, rural areas, and marginalized communities. Digital inclusion, innovative financing, and localized skills development will ensure that productivity gains uplift the many, not the few. And Chairperson, it gives me great pleasure to announce that South Africa is the host of the Africa Kaizen Annual Conference 2025, which will be held from the 27th to the 28th of October 2025 at Birchwood Hotel. The Productivity SA is the key coordinator, having been supported through the funding of DTIC. This is an initiative of the African Union Development Agency's new partnership for Africa Development, AUDA NEPAD, and the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, called African Kaizen Initiative. The objective of AKI is to accelerate the dissemination of Kaizen activities and their impact throughout the continent. It serves as a platform for stakeholders to expand their networks, share knowledge, and deepen their understanding of Kaizen activities. The AKAC advocates that Kaizen is an integral part of innovation, which is the key to economic development. On NetLab, Chairperson, this coming financial year, NetLab will continue to occupy its rightful place as South Africa's preeminent forum for social dialogue, bringing together the voices of government, organized business, organized labor, and community constituency to confront the country's most pressing socio-economic questions. Network remains a vital pillar of democratic dialogue, a space where divergent interests are negotiated, where policy positions are debated, and where social consensus is forged. Its strategic plan 2025 to 2030 and the annual performance plan 2025-2026 reaffirm its developmental mission to build a shared national vision rooted in inclusion, transformation, and sustainable growth. Over the past 5 years, Network has facilitated engagements on more than 25 critical pieces of legislation, which were subsequently submitted to Parliament for further processing. These engagements were not perfunctory. They were the product of rigorous debate and robust participation, often balancing competing interests in difficult economic terrain. In the year ahead, Network will continue to expand its impact. Key policy and legislative issues slated for social partner engagement include the Integrated Resource Plan, IRP, for energy and electricity, amendments to the Liquid Fuels Act, reduction of basic income grant, and associated poverty alleviation frameworks, tariff and trade matters such as African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, and the African Continental Free Trade Area, and mechanisms to enhance the efficacy for special economic zones as industrial policy tools. Network's value lies not just in its procedural role, but in its credibility, independence, and capacity to mediate complex national debates, from labor market reform and trade policy to climate justice and economic restructuring. The terrain is contested, and rightly so, but this is where the work of balancing interests, contesting ideas, and building policy unity through dialogue must occur. We are also mindful of the ongoing challenge of inclusivity, ensuring that the voices of marginalized and underrepresented communities are not drowned out in elite negotiations. Dialogue must be honest, but also democratic. It must translate not just into elegant agreements, but into real measurable policy changes that improve people's lives. It is in this spirit that President Ramaphosa recently announced the establishment of the National Dialogue to be hosted under the auspices of Network. This marks a new chapter, transforming Network from a policy facilitator to an architect of a new social compact. This is not just a shift in form, but a generational opportunity to redefine the terms of national consensus. Moreover, Network is playing an indispensable role in guiding the Presidential Climate Commission and monitoring how South Africa meets its international obligations in relation to climate action and just transition. Through Network, we are making sure that this transition is not only environmentally sound, but also socially just, particularly for workers and communities in the coal belt who face the direct consequences of decommissioning and decarbonization. Chairperson, the recent engagements on labor law reform have shown that social dialogue in South Africa is still alive and essential. Whether grappling with the tensions between flexibility and protection or between growth and redistribution, Network must be the space where our movement shows the superior logic of transformative pro-poor policies and where political leadership secures support through democratic persuasion rather than decree. In fact, Chairperson, while I was in Geneva in the past week, the Director General of the International Labour Organization recently urged the Minister of Sierra Leone to come to South Africa to learn from our Network model, a platform globally recognized for fostering meaningful dialogue and shared ownership of national development. In this period of uncertainty and contestation, Network is not restricting from its mandate, it is expanding it. And as the state, we must support it with resources, leadership, and vision necessary to help carry this country forward together. On Commission for Conciliation, Mediation, and Arbitration, CCMA, Chairperson, Commission for Conciliation, Mediation, and Arbitration has entered a new strategic cycle with a bold and forward-looking plan. Its 2025 to 2030 strategy, aptly titled The Momentum, Empowering Progress, Embracing Change, is anchored on three central pillars: resource optimization, adaptation and resilience, and user experience. These pillars reflect a shift from not just managing workplace disputes, but also positioning the CCMA as a modern, responsive, and transformative institution. On resource optimization, we're focusing on the strategic use of limited resources, leveraging technology, automation, and data to drive smarter decision-making and improve efficiency. This includes strengthening of performance and systems, fostering skill development across the workforce, and embedding rigorous cost controls. The intention is clear. The CCMA must deliver more with less while continuously improving internal systems and capabilities. On the second task of adaptation and resilience, this acknowledges that the CCMA must be agile and robust in the face of rapid change, whether responding to crisis, shifting labor dynamics, or technological disruptions. The CCMA is gearing itself to lead with agility. Risk management, financial stability, and operational continuity are essential features of the strategic trust. The institution understands that resilience is not just about survival, but about sustaining progress amidst uncertainty. The last pillar, the user experience, places people at the center of service delivery, whether it's the worker seeking redress, the employer navigating compliance, or internal teams managing cases. The CCMA is adopting a customer-centric approach, enhancing accessibility, especially in underserviced and rural communities, and improving digital interfaces are key to ensuring that services are delivered with dignity, responsiveness, and fairness. Chairperson, these pillars are not theoretical. They are already being actioned. The CCMA continues to distinguish itself with clean audits and sound financial stewardship, even as it expands its services to the most vulnerable. Its role in resolving disputes, promoting collective bargaining, and building social cohesion remains invaluable. But we must be candid. The CCMA operates within an economy of constraints. The structural challenge remains. The economy is simply not creating enough jobs. Even the best dispute resolution system cannot resolve the underlying crisis of unemployment, inequality, and informality. Therefore, the CCMA must evolve, not only as a mechanism for managing conflict, but also as an agent for broader transformation. We are strengthening its capacity for early dispute prevention, expanding the use of predictive analytics, and improving its fiscal footprints in areas where access to justice has been limited. The goal is to anticipate conflict, not just respond to it, prevent disputes before they escalate, and in doing so, contribute to social stability. Yet, CCMA must also be bold in its advocacy. It should lend its voice to economic inclusion, calling for labor market reforms that protect informal workers, promote decent work, support enterprise creation, and close the gap between the formal and informal economies. If we do not link conflict resolution to the real drivers of sustainable employment and opportunity, we risk treating symptoms while leaving root causes intact. Chairperson, the success of CCMA's strategic vision will ultimately depend on whether the broader policy environment shifts. Its ability to deliver impact, especially for the unemployed, the excluded, and underrepresented, will grow only as our economy becomes more inclusive, dynamic, and job-generating. The CCMA can help us hold the line on fairness and stability, but it cannot be the only line. That is why its work must be complemented by bold macroeconomic reforms, targeted investments in skills, and policies that drive inclusive growth. In the next 5 years, CCMA is not just embracing change, it is helping to shape it. But the real momentum will come when we as a country match the institutional resolve with the political will to address the structural economic constraints that lie at the heart of our labor market crisis. Chairperson, in closing, what you see across these strategic plans is not merely institutional activity, It is a blueprint for a country striving to restore the dignity of work. Whether it is through supported employment enterprises, which empowers persons with disability, Productivity SA, which revitalizes enterprise competitiveness, NEDLEC, which consolidates our social contract, or CCMA, which defends labor peace. These entities are scaffolding of our developmental state, are the scaffolding of our developmental state. But scaffolding alone is not enough. We must build. And building requires urgency, coherence, and investment. It requires that no initiative runs in isolation, and that every program is driven by a shared commitment to inclusive growth and job creation. We want to reiterate our commitment to pursue greater synergy across all programs of the Department of Employment and Labor, aligning our work around the people we serve, particularly the workers, the unemployed and the underemployed, and the vulnerable. We'll continue championing a political consciousness that places working people at the heart of the development agenda, ensuring that our public investments yield not just outputs, but real social and economic return, and that our interventions uphold the values of equity, justice, and transformation. Thank you, Chairperson, for your unwavering support and the strategic guidance you continue to offer through the Portfolio Committee. The presentations that follow from the department and its entities will provide further detail on our plans, targets, and performance commitments. Together as partners in delivery, custodians of public trust, and comrades in pursuit of a just, inclusive, and transformed South Africa, we will restore the dignity of our people through decent employment opportunities and the full enforcement of the rights enshrined in our labor laws and our constitution. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for an informative presentation. I am calling now Mr. Vusi Miyeki to mute the mic. The mic has been disruptive to the meeting. And I'm sure if he's unable to mute, the mic will assist him through ICT to be out of the meeting. Vusi Miyeki, mute your mic. You are disrupting the meeting. We'll now get to the department. ICT will assist us with Mr. Miyeki if this happens more often, to remove him. Can we get the department as we guided, and I think a number of points now have been covered by the minister, which adjusts your time, that you will not go beyond the time, that you focus in the main on those areas, confirm no changes, but spend more time on the changes and the implications of those changes. ADG. The time starts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Minister, DMs. As the department, we are quite honored to present the department's strategic plan 2025 to 2030, and we will also respond to, as you've guided, Chairperson, that we've got 1 hour, 45 minutes starting from now. And the sequence of this presentation, I will hand over to Nolukolo, who will present the strategic overview of the department, and the respective unit heads will present the highlights as guided by you, Chairperson, and also include the CFO, who will then put the numbers in terms of how the budget is going to support these strategic interventions by the department. And then it will be Ms. Malebu from SEE, followed by Amelia. Without further waste of time, Chairperson, given the time constraints, I'll hand over to Nolukolo to address this, as the scene setting has been set by the minister quite comprehensively, and request the team to focus on those areas. Thank you, Chairperson. Through you.
Teaching. Don't allocate time for yourself. You don't have 1 hour, 45 minutes. You have 45.
45 minutes. Apologies, Chairperson.
Yeah,
45 minutes.
45.
45
And
minutes.
that's max, right? Not going beyond that, which takes the department and the SCE in that timing. But again, like I said, I think the minister has covered the ground in introducing to us the presentations. So yours would be focused. So I don't want you to appropriate an hour that has not been given. So it's 45. So we can start counting at 10:05.
Thank you. Chairperson. Nulukolo, you've got the floor.
Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to the Honorable Members of the Portfolio Committee, the Honorable Minister of the Department of Employment and Labour, Honorable Deputy Minister. Greetings are also extended to the Acting DG and the senior executives from the department. To preserve my bandwidth, Chairperson, I will request to switch off my camera.
Yes, fine, and proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the interest of time, Chairperson, thankfully you have provided a guideline to the approach to be taken by the department and its public entities as they present the retabled strategic plans for 2025-2030 and annual performance plans for 2025-2026. Our focus will mainly be on the changes to the originally tabled plans in April 2025. There are changes, Chairperson and Honorable Members of the Portfolio Committee, to the DEL strategic plans from Program 1 to Program 4. The Deputy Directors Generals, who are also heads of the 4 programs of the department, will lead the presentation and discussion on the various changes pertinent to the programs. Key will be the reasons and motivation for the changes, the implications, as you have emphasized, Chairperson, and impact of the changes on the mandate of the department. Where indicators have been removed from the strategic plan and APP, means of monitoring the indicators must be articulated. The final part of the DEL presentation will focus on the DEL budget allocation, changes to the budget in line with the retabled budget version without the VAT increase, the implications of the budget increase for DEL and public entities, and how this will improve service delivery. The CFO of the Department of Employment and Labour will lead the presentation in this regard. For SEE, as the DG has articulated, the part will be the last in the presentation, and leading the presentation will be the CFO for SEE, Ms. Sibaka, who is acting as a proxy to the SEE CEO, who has submitted an apology because of sick leave. I will hand over then to the DDGs, starting with Program 1 up to Program 4. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Members.
Good morning. Oh, okay. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and honorable members, as well as my colleagues.
The one part of your face, Ms. Matebesi, is
It's not
erased.
showing.
Like how you erase the unemployment, poverty.
Is it showing, Chairperson?
You can see.
Yeah, I'm sitting in a very awkward space right now because we've got power failure in our area. But anyway, Chairperson, I'm gonna put my video off if you allow me.
Please do and proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Program 1, is aligned to MTDP priority number 3, which talks about building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And the outcome is to improve service delivery. The first item, it's the digital transformation across the state. We've got a 5-year target with an outcome indicator and the baseline that we've stated there. The 5-year target, it's 100% of digital transformation project plan completed by the end of 31st of March 2030. And then the next strategic intervention is about improved governance and performance of public entities. We've got those 2 indicators that are talking to the unbundling of the UIF by the 31st of March 2027, as well as the reconfiguration of the department by the 31st of March 2028, following through from the unbundling of the UIF and the CF. And the baseline is the progress report on the project so far. And the 5-year target is that by the end of March 2027, we should have unbundled the CF and the UIF. And by the end of March, the following year, 2028, we should have reconfigured the Department of Employment and Labor. Let's go to the next slide. And on the APP, we've got, we translated the strategic plan indicators into the annual plan for 25-26. The first one is about the digital transformation across the state, which is a universal output by the MTDP. In 2025, we set ourselves a target of 80% to complete the project plan. And 2026-27, we're cascading it up to 90%. And 27-28, we should have completed the entire plan to 100%. And at the bottom, we've got the breakdown per quarter. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through that. I'll assume that the members have read the presentation. So we break down the 80% per quarter as indicated there. Let's go down to the next slide. And then the one on cybersecurity, it's still within the ICT environment. We've got a target that talks about percentage implementation of the Center of Internet Security Controls. The project plan should be done there should be a project plan every year. In 25-26, 26-27, 27-28, we've got 80%, 90%, 100% implementation respectively of the Center of Internet Security Controls project plan for every financial year. In the 25-26 financial year, we are developing the cybersecurity strategy and information security policy. We're going to review that. We already have one, but it needs to be reviewed in line with the fast-moving pace of the cybersecurity controls. And then in the financial year 25-26, we also broke down the 80% target into quarterly targets, being the first quarter would be the development of the cybersecurity strategy and the review of the security policy. And then we've got the 60%, 70%, 80% implementation of the digital transformation project plan. And the next slide. We've taken out the previous, we had these targets previously in the first draft, second draft, and then we took them out. And the reason why we took them out the way they were based on the fact that we were placing a lot of reliance on the DPSA and National Treasury to give us the go-ahead to fill our positions. And this was based on the cost containment measures. Now, the circular was then repealed, it was taken off. They cancelled it at the beginning of the financial year, this year, 25-26. Now, the departments are in control of filling the vacant positions that are funded. Now, the key message that was sent by Treasury and the DPSA was that as and when we fill a position, we must make sure that we play the same role that DPSA and Treasury were trying to do, make sure that the positions are funded, and make sure that we do not exceed our compensation of employees budget as we fill in those positions. So we've got, we replace that with an output that talks about vacancy rate of 12% by the end of the year based on the funded vacant posts. And in the 25-26, we've got 12%, 26-27, we've got 10%, 27-28, we want to take it down to 8%. And the other target is that of filling of the positions that were identified as funded on the establishment, the 293 positions. And in the first year, in 25-26, we're breaking down the targets as follows. In the first quarter, we are going to measure ourselves in terms of 50% of the 293 funded posts should be advertised. And in the second quarter, 100% of them should be advertised. In the third quarter, 50% of those positions must be filled, of the 293. And then 27-28, we can then measure ourselves in terms of the entire funded establishment posts in the department. We should have a vacancy rate of 12%. So that is the note that I mentioned at the bottom. Can go to the next slide. And the next slide is about gender responsive recruitment. It's referring to gender parity. Women.
Sorry, Chair, may you please allow me to interject? The presenter, the Chair had guided us that let's focus on new amendments.
Okay.
Let's not present things that were presented to the PC. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. This one has not been amended. Let's go to the next slide. And this also has not been amended. Let's go to the next one. I think the only amendment that we made was on the vacancy rate, and the rest stay the same. Let's just see the next slides. I don't think there are any other amendments, Honorable Chair. Okay. Thank you so much, Chairperson, for that opportunity. Thanks a lot, Minister.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning also, Honorable Minister, Honorable members, or Deputy Minister as well, and my colleagues. Chair, I hope you can see my face, as well as the apologies, as well as that you can hear me. I'd like to say.
Yes, we can hear you, and you are permitted to switch off the video camera and proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just focus on slide 45. It is the only one that has got changes. The rest of the indicators are the same. And the reason for the change is technical in nature. There are no ramifications. It's just from the auditing by both internal audit and the Auditor General. We had to make our indicator smart. So that is the reason for change. As you can see, the highlighted part in red is now the new indicator. Percentage of non-compliant employers, workplaces, users received by statutory services settled out of court or CCMA referred for prosecution within 30 working days. That concludes my presentation, Chair. Thank you.
The delay doesn't really save you time. So the next one to present should be able to get in, Honorable Minister, so that we don't have too much lapse in between.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues. I'm going to be presenting the Public Employment Services presentation. As you would see, just focusing on the changes that we have, I would like to start on page 22, slide 22, please. On slide 22, you will see that this is the only significant change that has been made to the strategic plan. And the changes have no financial impacts, neither will there be any strategic impact. What we will be seeing is more streamlining, as was in the case of IES, where we are complying with the requirements for making the objective smart. If you can just go to slide 47, please, then I can just quickly take you through the changes. Right. On 47, we have the number of work seekers registered. I'm not going to go through this because there's no changes there. On the next slide, please. Okay, the next one. The next slide as well. There's no changes on any of these slides. Yes, on 51, chairperson and members, as you would see, that most of the amendments that have been made are simply logical in nature, just to comply. What we have is a wording change on output indicator, where we indicate the number of policies. So the words indicated in red just indicates the insertion of new words. And that's to just comply with the SMART principle. So there's no major impact. It's just a streamlining change. On the next slide, please. On the next slide, you will see that the target on the National Strategic Framework has been added. And again, it is also the fact that it's streamlining the previous two objectives that was indicated to the portfolio committee. It's now been consolidated into one objective, which is going to be more impactful in terms of the objectives that the branch wishes to achieve. If you go to the next slide, please. On the next slide, you will see that these two objectives have been removed and they've been consolidated into the one objective that you've seen on the previous slide. Chairperson and colleagues, that's the presentation from Public Employment Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. I will be presenting on behalf of Acting DDG LP and IR, who has submitted an apology because he and his team, they are busy with the public hearings on employment equity, and they are conducting road shows across the country. It is quite a critical issue that the DG had to attend to personally because of the demands that have been placed on this area of the department. If we can go to slide number 66, we have minor changes for LP and IR, labor policy and industrial relations. We have removed the quarterly reports on the labor market trend reports that were going to be produced for the year, and these have been moved to the annual operational plan. This is pretty much the same indicator. The two annual reports were broken down into two quarterly reports that were going to be produced leading to the annual report. So this indicator pretty much doesn't have any impact on the operations of the department. We will still continue to produce the annual report, and we will still continue to produce the quarterly reports, but they will be in the annual operational plan, but the minister will still be privy to this and will sign them off. That is the change for LP and IR. That doesn't have major implications for how we do business as a department. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister, colleagues. On the financial side, there are no changes on the allocation on vote 31. We still have the allocation of 4.153 billion for the department. The top side indicates the amounts that have been allocated to programs to achieve their strategic plans.
CFO, there is no change. The principle adopted, you don't say anything. You just say there is no change. And we move to the next presentation.
Thank you, Minister. I think the financial presentation then will end here. Thank you.
Good morning. On the AC part, there are also no key changes on the set targets. Therefore, there's nothing else to highlight. Thank you.
As we get to Productivity South Africa, as I said, we'll give the 20 minutes max because the entity has not presented before. We'll then take up a discussion at once on those and assess our time and see if we'll be able to take CCMA and NETLEC before we break, depending on the discussion from members. So it's 25 past by 10:45 maximum. Your time will expire. Please then proceed.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, Acting DG and all officials on the platform. My name is Amelia Naidu. I'm the Acting Chief Executive Officer of Productivity SA, and I'm joined with our Interim CFO, Mr. Naresh Patel. So our presentation today, outlines our strategic direction and key priorities with the performance targets that, of course, relate to what we want to achieve. So with our mandate to enhance productivity and support sustainable employment and contribute to inclusive employment growth. So we remain committed to working in partnership with all our stakeholders and to address challenges facing our economy and drive competitiveness and innovation across all sectors. So as we stand at a critical juncture it's in our country's development, our strategic focus is clear, and you'll have all received the presentation. So I'm going to take it as being read. Honourable Chair, may I put off my camera so that my network won't be affected?
Okay, please, you can proceed then.
Thank you very much. So as I was saying, when it comes to our strategic focus and taking the document has been read, the key areas for us has been revitalizing and transforming productivity performance. And when we speak about it, it's within key sectors of the economy and, especially amongst the SMMEs and cooperatives. Secondly, it's driving enterprise development and sustainability, through very much targeted interventions in both the business turnaround as well as productivity improvement initiatives. Thirdly, we want to be able to foster a culture of continuous improvement and innovation, ensuring that productivity becomes a national imperative. And, it is very important to align our programs with the broader priorities of government and, with focus of economic recovery, job creation, as well as social equity. So you will see as we go along with this presentation, and as I said, I will just touch on certain areas since you all are familiar with our mandate and what we need to achieve. This plan reflects not only where we want to go, but how we intend to get there. And this is through evidence-based strategies, integrated planning, and we definitely have a clear focus on the outcomes. So this is a plan, the plan that is a roadmap for impact. And it is to build on evidence, shape up our strategic partnerships even further and get towards measurable outcomes. So we look forward to just presenting these pillars as well as we go along. I am going to then skip to the slides, slide 8 to 11. So let's go to slide 8. Slide 8 obviously actually highlights when it comes to the strategic priorities and the alignment to DAL strategic priorities. So you will look at, we've actually tried to map it out as we're going along into the strategic plan. We can move to the next one, which goes into the strategic plan in more detail. So NTDP priority 1, which is drive inclusive growth and job creation. So you will see in each indicator, we have a baseline as well as our 5-year target. So the first one, which is aimed at improved service delivery, is to support a number of SMMEs and other enterprises through our competitiveness improvement services. And that target is 6,900 for the 5-year period. Second to that is the number of entrepreneurs, workers, and managers capacitated to promote a culture of productivity. And this actually alludes to both informal as well as the formal sector. So that's 13,000 over the 5-year period. And there's a number of productivity champions that would be capacitated to build awareness and promote a stronger culture of productivity in South Africa, and that is 1,930 over the 5-year period. This actually is aligned to the district development model, where we want to be able to reach as many of the districts as possible within South Africa, and that's part of our strategic focus. The last one on the slide is the number of advocacy and public awareness campaigns that we actually hold to support productivity movement. And this is on average 10 per year, but our target over the 5-year period is 64. You can move to the next slide. Again here, driving inclusive growth and job creation. So here we've got the areas that's focused on our business turnaround and recovery program. You will see the number of jobs saved in companies facing economic distress. Our target is 21,250 over the 5-year period, noting that the agreement that we signed is only for a 3-year period. Number of companies facing economic distress, so that's the 425, of which 21,250 jobs will be saved. So that's the target over 5 years, and the number of Future Forum members that are trained and capacitated on productivity improvement solutions, which is 1,275. So remember that this platform, or the Future Forum members that are capacitated, that is the collaborative sessions that are between management and labor within the enterprises that we are supporting, that are going through a distress and a decline state. So while we're implementing turnaround strategies, we actually ensure that management and labor actually focus on their efforts collaboratively, and they have measurements that are put in place, and they are able to manage the whole process while the turnaround strategy is being implemented. The next one is the number of research reports and publications on priority sectors, and that is 19 over the 5-year period. And then statistical reports on productivity and competitiveness. So we publish the productivity statistics on an annual basis, as well as we are supported with the IMD competitiveness rating that also happens on an annual basis. So the target there is 10 over the 5-year period. You can move to the next slide. Thank you. The next part is looking at build a capable and ethical and developmental state. So this is about strengthening regulatory capabilities of the department, and then good corporate governance, as well as strengthening the institutional capacity of the department. So this is more from the administration side of Productivity SA, which is our corporate services itself, as well as our HR. And one of the indicators is the percentage reduction in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We actually have a 0% achievement in the previous financial year, and the target is over the next 5 years is to keep it at 0, but 100% reduction in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The second indicator on the screen is percentage reduction in audit findings. Here the baseline is 86. In the next 5 years, the idea is to have 100% reduction in the audit outcomes as well. And then the last one here is percentage of planned training interventions. So here the target is 100% implementation of the training interventions. You can move to the next one. Okay, so this is just a summary of what we want to achieve within the annual performance plan. So it gives you an indication what comes out in the next few slides, but For competitiveness improvement services, and this is the area where we focus on capacitating your small and medium-sized businesses. So our target for the annual cycle, meaning for 2025-2026, is to support 1,252 SMMEs. And in saying that, we want to capacitate also 2,400 entrepreneurs, and that's both in the formal and informal economy. And then we want to train 335 champions. You will see that these interventions, specifically with the competitiveness improvement services, is actually ensuring that we embed inclusivity into our strategic plan. And, it's a cross-cutting priority of ours. So we want to prioritize township and rural economy, through our localization of programs, and then we're also customizing interventions specifically for the informal and the formal economy, but informal and cooperatives. So again, we also are collaborating with community-based organizations, and we're setting very specific targets, and you will see that we are aiming at women, youth, and people with disabilities. So this is specifically the entrepreneurs on the program. And as I mentioned before, we want to align this to the district development model. So that's how the champions come into play, where we're trying to capacitate 335 champions within your municipalities, local government itself, as well as internationally across the board. So these actions actually aim at making sure that there's meaningful, inclusive economic growth and equitable productivity improvement. So that's the first program. The second program, the Business Turnaround and Recovery, we aim at supporting 75 enterprises that are in decline and save 3,750 jobs, as well as capacitate 225 Future Forum members. So Business Turnaround and Recovery is aimed at companies in decline, and the idea is to prevent job losses or create jobs itself. So it's job retention as well as job creation. Again, here, this is a funded program through the Unemployment Fund. And then lastly, the research, innovation, and statistics that I spoke about in the strategic plan, but for the annual plan itself for this next financial year, or this current financial year, we aim at publishing the 2025 productivity statistics report, as well as today we are launching the IMD competitiveness report itself, where it gauges where South Africa may be falling into comparison of 69 other countries worldwide. We also want to publish 3 research reports, and the research are based on sector studies, which are prioritized according to the needs of our stakeholders. You can move to the next slide. Oh, so the next few slides obviously just gives you a summary of what I have presented in the previous one. I'd like you to move to slide 15. So this also gives you an indication of our focus for the financial year. We, of course, are looking at specific sectors as well, where we want to prioritize, but we are supporting all sectors at the end of the day. Our priority areas are the footwear and leather sector, the automotive sector, as well as the clothing and textile sector. Again, we break this down according to the number of Black entrepreneurs that we support. So through our training interventions, that's 80% aimed target, 30% women-owned enterprises, and 30% youth-owned enterprises. So we do aggregate the information according to the districts that we're also supporting, as well as those that are people with disabilities. The SMMEs in total will be contributing 5,000 jobs, and again, the target that you saw for the businesses that are in decline are 3,750 jobs that are aimed to be saved through the 75 enterprises that are going to be supported. We can move to the next slide, which is number 16. So one of the things that the Honourable Minister mentioned is also about the Africa Kaizen conference that is coming to South Africa this year. So we are proud to be leading the actual coordination of this event. And this initiative has been running for the last 5 years, with South Africa being a key role player as well. And the idea is, through these special projects, it's about creating centers of excellence within the countries. So we are very proud to announce that Productivity SA is going to be announced as the Center of Excellence in South Africa in Kaizen. And, the idea, of course, is ultimately driving, industrialization within Africa. So we are also there to support other African countries in ensuring that we disseminate information as well as improve capacity. So we do sharing of lessons. This project has really been a positive impact for us as a program, or as an entity, because this has been helping us focus on productivity and quality improvement within South African enterprises, but also building the capacity within Productivity SA, where we are going to be leading on the certification of Kaizen specialists as well within South Africa. We also have expanded on our network partners within the country to say, how do we coordinate the efforts of Kaizen, which means continuous improvement within enterprises in all economic sectors. The second strategic project, or the special project, is the Quality and Productivity Improvement Project with JICA, which is the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, and the DTIC. Here again, we've been capacitating our internal staff on how to implement and the different techniques to be able to implement productivity throughout the country. And we managed to support a number of enterprises from 2023 to date. And the idea is for this program to be running until 2027. It also helps us, part of our business turnaround and financial sustainability strategy as an entity, because we are not just reliant on the grants. As you are well aware, we get a certain portion of the grant, but we also have to revenue generate to be sustainable. But we, further than that, ensure that we have a network of partners so that we can disseminate more of the information, but also implement more within more enterprises as well throughout South Africa. Our priority sectors for that has been automotive for now, but we have expanded into plastics as well as steel and metal fabrication. As Productivity SA, we are going to take these techniques and we're going to implement it within our other programs. So it's about ensuring that we are customizing it according to our South African needs as well. Take the good from what we learn from the Japanese, but then make it into the South African version of productivity and quality improvement. The last project is the ILO project, which is the Productivity Ecosystem for Decent Work. And I'm just going to wrap up before I hand over to the CFO. The initiative is funded, of course, through Norway as well as the Swiss Circle. And here, Productivity SA actually has an implementation agreement where we are supporting over 160 enterprises from last year to this year. And the actual interventions have been for both the formal as well as the informal sector itself, automotive as well as footwear and leather industries. We're looking at also export competitiveness initiatives as well as quality and productivity improvement initiatives through this actual program. We have managed to even create our own program with the ILO. So the ILO has endorsed a program called the Productivity for Decent Work for Sustainable Enterprises within South Africa, which now belongs to Productivity SA. So that again plays a role in our revenue generation strategy, but also further to that is about the impact and the creation of decent work. So I'm going to pause there and I'm going to hand over to our CFO. If you can move to slide 17. And this is Mr. Naresh Patel. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and committee members, Honorable Minister, Deputy DG, and all other participants. Chair, would it be fine if I remove the...
Just as a reminder, CFO, that you've got 3 minutes maximum now.
Thank you, Chair. I just removed my live video showing. Chair, for ease of reference, in the green we've shown the previous financial year. Then in the yellow we've got the MTEF budgets from 25, 26 to 27, 28. I think it's important to mention that we have 3 income streams from 3 different sources, namely Dell, UIF, and DTIC, hence some diversification. Risk mitigation against relying on a single source of revenue. There is also a revenue generation component within our income. There are funding agreements in place with Dell, UIF, and the DTIC, which addresses the going concern issues in terms of sustainability of income and meeting our future obligations. As you can see, Chair, there's been modest increases over the 3 years of the MTEF. We have, however, prioritized operational efficiencies in project management and cost containment. If we can then go to the next slide. What we're reflecting here is the budget per program, in which we show the compensation of employee component and the goods and services for the 4 programs. If we then can go to the next slide. This slide reflects the budget per strategic objectives, our 4 strategic objectives. If we then can go to the next slide. This reflects the 2025-26 budget in a schematic form. Could we then go to the next slide? The next slide, please. Chair, we've identified 13 strategic risks ranked in terms of inherent risk exposure, which in essence is when you don't consider the control measures, and then the residual risk exposure, which considers the current controls in place, and then the mitigation strategies to further address the risk exposure. If you can then go to the next slide. The next one, please. Here we've got our 5 focuses, mainly support to SMMEs to support localization, productivity-driven agenda across all sectors, promote a culture of productivity and accountability, competitiveness and sustainability of SMMEs, and then more importantly as well, ensure that the entity remains financially viable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And
That
your
is
time
our
has
presentation.
expired. Thank you. I will now go to honorable members for members to raise questions, comments on the first batch of presentation, which is the department, the SCE, and Productivity South Africa. Committee support will also assist me in looking at the hands. Honorable Yetsu P1, trying to get my notebook here. Yeah, if we can all raise our hands, honorable members, so that I see how many hands we have, and that I can allocate you properly. Said honorable Yetsu. Honorable Zulu. Okay, I'll take the ones I see at this point. Honorable Maitso will be followed by Honorable Zungola, followed by Honorable Ngopane and Honorable Mukwili. I will then go in that way for now. Honorable Maetso, I hope I'm still audible. Honorable Maetso, you are recognized. You can then proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the Minister and the entities, of course, led by the acting AG in absentia, and also, as well as greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee. And Chair, I would want to appreciate and at the same time welcome the presentations from the entities. And indeed, the presentation, they are quite insightful. Of course, there are no changes, of course, in most of the presentation that were made. Therefore, Chair, I'm not going to make some comments and inputs on the basis that there are no changes in most of the presentation, except that last presentation by Productivity SA. And of course, I want to agree with you that we have not received the presentation in quite a long time, but we are glad that PSA has finally made a thorough presentation in this regard. Chair, without waste of time, I will go straight to the presentation of the department, and also taking from the inputs that the minister made with regard to the job creation targets. And the presentation highlights the target of 2 million jobs by 2029. And Chair, the question will be, how realistic is this? Sorry, Chair, my apologies. How realistic is this target, given the current economic conditions that as the country we are faced with? And number two, it will be the mechanism or the concrete mechanism which are in place to ensure the achievement of employment targets in the provinces such as Mpumalanga, Northwest. And of course, lately the minister mentioned the closure of the automobile factories in the Eastern Cape. How will these targets achieve their objectives in as far as the current debacle that these provinces are faced with? And so moving forward will be, how will the Department of Education effective coordination among various government departments as well as private sector stakeholders and civil society to achieve these employment targets? Because in my view, we are really faced with a serious challenge of unemployment. And therefore, Chair, it then calls for the department to establish key monitoring and evaluation tools that will have the long-term impact of the jobs that are created in these particular programs, so that we can therefore able to monitor and follow them. And I will move to another question, Chair, on the presentation of the C. And I think that here there are no changes, but as per the presentation alluded to. But the question will be, what specific infrastructure upgrades are required in government buildings, particularly where in the public spaces so that you help people living with disability to access the government buildings and facilities in this regard. How can this be prioritized? The other question on the C will be, how is the department aim to addressing the uneven distribution of labor centers visiting points? We know that the C has got factories across provinces, and possibly I hope that they cascade down to regions in their respective provinces where these factories exist. But therefore, the real question is that what measures are in place to ensure that where there are these factories, the procurement targets for women, youth, persons living with disability are met? That's the question on the C. Then I will move on the PSA, which I think it was the last presentation that was made. The presentation speaks about the enterprise support programs. But then the question will be, how will productivity SA measure the tangible impact of productivity and enterprise support programs amid volatile economic environment, as we know? And then I think the last two questions will be, what are specific strategies have been adopted to address the high unemployment rates that persist despite these initiatives? Now, Chair, in conclusion, I would want to also check that how can the interdepartmental collaboration be effectively strengthened to prioritize all these programs that Productivity SA just mentioned. And Chair, I think that I will pause for now. And if time permits, and of course with your permission, perhaps I will be allowed to come back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maizo. Honorable Zungula, you are recognized. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'll request to keep my video off. I'm in an area where network is a bit of a challenge. Greetings to yourself and the department led by the Minister. Minister, my questions will be directly directed to the department. The first being maybe just an overview, Minister, to say the issue of unemployment. I know in the public domain in the past couple of weeks, there's been a huge discourse regarding the unemployment figures or unemployment rate. It is my view that when discussing the unemployment, we need to look at the worst case scenario, which is the expanded definition, and not have use the other definitions which will water down the crisis that is facing the country. And given the expanded definition of unemployment, the first question is, what are the mechanisms to really ensure that the targets that are set in terms of reducing unemployment are actually met? I'm asking this question because even with the NDP, if you look at what the NDP says, that in 2025, the unemployment rate will be reduced to, you find that at that time, the unemployment rate that is as stipulated in the NDP versus what is currently happening, it is two completely different things, meaning the targets have not been met. So it's not enough, Minister, to just highlight the or maybe to stipulate the target, but there aren't any realistic plans or affirmations that they will not just be paper targets, but they will actually be met. The second issue, it is the issue of the labor inspectors. I think in the previous meeting, we did make a submission as a party to say the labor inspectors actually doing their work and ensuring compliance in all companies operational in South Africa with their respective labor laws, that would significantly reduce unemployment. I know you've previously indicated that there'll be 20,000 labor inspectors that are employed to deal with that particular aspect. So I would want to find out, where are we on that, the timelines, what are the timelines, and do you have a provincial spread of these 20,000 new inspectors? And also linked on this issue, there is this assertion, Minister, that some of the inspectors sometimes turn a blind eye to the wrongdoings that are happening in companies. What mechanisms are there to really ensure that corruption is uprooted from such inspectors, so that you really have inspectors that will do their work and contribute towards the betterment of society without being involved in corrupt activities, which would dampen the work that is supposed to be done by the work that is supposed to be done by the department. So those are the few issues amongst others. And then the last issue would be the issue of really ensuring that when it comes to the department, the geographical spread of the labor centers is taken into account, and it is not really a case whereby in the most busy or economically active areas, that's where you're going to have labor centers, but in other areas, there is no focus on getting the services provided by the labor centers to such areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zungula. Honorable Nkopane.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you, Honorable Chair. Chair, may I not switch on my video because of my compromised background?
Please do and proceed.
Thank you. Chair, let me firstly, on the greetings, Chair, greetings to you, the department led by the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and my colleagues, honorable members. Chair, let me firstly congratulate the department, congratulate the Minister and her team on the role that they have played in Geneva, and also being the chairperson of ARLEC and representing us very well there, according to the report that we have just received. Coming to the Strat Plan and APP, Chair, I've got just a few questions to ask. What assurance exists to sustain these programs as presented beyond initial phases, especially considering the economic disruptions and fiscal constraints? Then another question, what does the Department of Employment and Labor plan to address infrastructural access barriers faced by marginalized communities in participating in the employment initiatives discussed in the presentation? Then coming to the supported employment enterprises, Chair, we are looking at the inclusivity in whatever programs that we are doing. But now, how can the Department of Employment and Labor ensure that the education system changes or is better coordinated to ensure that from basic to higher education, the people with disabilities are prepared for meaningful employment within the initiatives like these ones of the SEE. Then coming to Productivity SA, how does the entity intend to bridge the gap between policy intentions and the on-the-ground practical activities of delivery, especially given the resources constraints? Then my last question, Chair, would be the role that will be played by technological innovation in ensuring that transforming productivity practices with targeted sectors. Then what will be the role of the technological innovations? Thank you so much, Chair. I'll come back when you allow me to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kopane. Honorable Mukwile.
Thank you, Chair. And may I please also not disclose my video? Yeah, okay, thank you, Chair. Greetings to Minister, Deputy Minister, and your team. And greetings to you, Chair, and honorable members. Firstly, I would like to send my condolences to the families of the EFF members who were involved in a bus accident in KZN, my province of deployment. Ke rata gore ga go tlhaga se se sa tlhageng phephi go tla siama. Ke a leboga, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. As we received the presentations before, maybe one has not, can't just have more of deliberations on it, but just go straight to the questions. Maybe we can also be able to save time. Okay, my first question will directly go to the department, to SEE rather, and ask how will the department ensure that removed or restructure indicators are still subject to oversight and transparent reporting? My second question will then be, why did certain APP's indicators are transferred or removed to the DG's project management office? And then whether the department has the plan of filling up 80% of their vacant positions. If not, what is the plan that the department is having or mechanism to make sure that those positions are being filled? My other question will go direct to Productivity SA. To what extent are Productivity SA's training and support initiatives accessible to informal sectors, participants, and rural entrepreneurs? My second question will be to them. what evidence exists to demonstrate value for money? Because we have seen in their presentations that they are intending to spend money on awareness. So whatever that they have done, what is the value for money in terms of jobs retained or created by the very same organization? I will pause for now, Chair, and allow other members to pose questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mpele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm sorry I'm not feeling well today. I don't know whether it's the flu coming down on me, but not well at all. But nevertheless, Chairperson, I think I don't have a lot of questions because when I was listening to the presentations, there's nothing new. We have had similar presentations before. So the only question that I'm going to ask of my always a concern, it's that's how, no, I'm sorry, first let me greet you, I was rude, I'm sorry. Let me greet first the minister and the deputy minister and yourself, the members of the portfolio committee, my colleagues, MPs, and the senior management as well. My question is that, Chair, in terms of the SMME, but Mukwele has covered me in a part of the training. But now, in terms of the of being the beneficiaries in the programs, in terms of the job creation and all that stuff. So, how are we going to make sure that the information really reaches them? Even when you advertise for the participation, and then how are we going to know, how are the SMMEs going to know that there is this open window that is there, that they can apply for maybe extending their businesses, or maybe others, they've got some new proposals in terms of the business, some new ideas. So how are they going to get that information? Because as far as I'm concerned, to be honest, since I came in the department, I've never seen where it is. I don't even know where it is advertised. Even when we do our constituency work, we only know that things they have been done. When we get the reports, this happened. And then when the communities ask us, the stakeholders, because we regard them as the stakeholders, when we meet with them, they will be asking that. The other one will say, I heard there's something like what in your department, but what is going on with it? So you'll find that you don't know anything, you don't know how it was advertised, and then how should they get in touch? So bengicela nje bafethu ukuthi eneke honorable chair, that department be very transparent with these things. Even the members of the portfolio committee, they must know when these windows are open, so that when we go out there to do constituency work, we are able ukuthi sitshele ama-small businesses, and especially mina-ke ngithi nama-informal traders, because those people are really creating the job. Because if we can just count how many people that are selling in the street, and then even when you check, maybe you profile their businesses, now you can see that there are certain businesses that can really create the employment. And there are certain initiatives one can come up with to make sure that there's a way of creation of employment. So I think that is my question, Chairperson. I hope. I'm sorry today, I am not well at all. Thank you so much, Chair.
Yeah, get well, Honorable Mbele. Still need your participation. The Honorable Nansela is the last.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to you, and good morning to Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable members, and guests who are also on the platform. Thanks for the presentation by the Minister, including the political overview, and as well as the presentations, the three presentations that have been made. Chair, my question will be firstly focusing on the presentation that is of the department and the issue relating to the work opportunities, 2 million work opportunities that the department commits to make by 2029 or to achieve, which is in fact a commendable set of goals that they have set, given the current environment wherein we are sitting with ever-growing unemployment and the economic conditions that make it even more difficult for our people to cope with day-to-day living. Chair, the question that I would want to check, given those conditions that I've just alluded to, is what mechanisms are in place to adapt strategies dynamically in response to unforeseen challenges or evolving economic conditions, given what already the context that I've just spoken to. The second area, I'm going to the supported employment enterprises, which is an area that we must commend for hard work that has been done again, notwithstanding the limitations, particularly with regard to ensuring that the entity continues to raise revenue so that it is able to keep its head above water. We primarily concerned with the extent to which government department are in fact giving the necessary support, that is in terms of procurement of the goods that are produced by these entities, given that these are in fact areas where our people living with disabilities demonstrate their capabilities, because disabilities is not inability to be able to be productive. Hence, these institutions that is under SEE have been able to demonstrate quite immensely in a variety of areas, including their products. So the question, therefore, that I would want to put forward is what measures should be put in place to monitor and enforce compliance with employment equity, and as well as accessibility standards across all government departments and private entities. As we know, Chair, that the issue of employment equity, particularly with regard to people living with disability, has been quite a severe challenge, particularly to those who are in fact hell-bent on not ensuring that the targets set are in fact not achieved. The last area, Chair, is with regard to productivity SA, which again want to appreciate the report that has been presented, including the targets that have been set, and the projections to reposition the entity to ensure that it achieves the highest goals. The question, therefore, that one would want to pose is how will the productivity SA ensure that its efforts are inclusive enough to uplift marginalized communities and informal enterprises, aligning with the broader goals of inclusive growth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Untitled. I will now give over to the Minister and the team to respond on this first set of questions. You'll decide, Honorable Minister, whether you want to come in the beginning or the Minister will come later to close the gaps on the responses.
Thank you, Chairperson. We appreciate the comments and insightful questions by the honorable members. I'll hand over to DG, having noticed that there was nothing specific to the protocol overview, but if there's anything that one would need to add at the end, I would gladly do that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you very much for the questions that have been posed to us as the department. I will start to respond to others. Let me start with the first one, the question that was asked in terms of the vacancies and whether do we in fact have a plan of making sure that those vacancies are filled. As the department, we have the 293 positions that we've already identified, and there's been a response in terms of the ones that we've advertised for the senior positions, because that is where we need to really strengthen and tighten up to make sure that the critical vacancies at the senior positions, those have been filled. HR is currently going through the process of getting panels and shortlisting to make sure that indeed the critical positions are being filled, because we also need to report to the National Treasury in terms of the progress thereof. So it is definitely a priority from the department to make sure that those positions are filled. On the second one that I just wanted to respond to before I hand over to my colleagues, around Project 20K, which is quite a critical project that the department is embarking on. We have now made some progress in terms of the applications that we've received, which was over 100,000 odd. And now we've synthesized and have a short list and a long list and a short list. And we're now in the process of just beginning to engage with the successful applicants and take the step forward. So it is a priority project in terms of making sure that, as the honorable member rightly identified, that we need to get more people on the ground to make sure that the inspections are being taken. I just need to I'll hand over to the colleagues the main questions. Can we start with the PES section, and then we move to IES, and also there were specific questions pertaining to SEE, and ask SEE colleagues to respond to those. Without further much of waste of time, let me hand over to the colleagues in that order. Thank you.
DG, if you can help us by referring to the question from a member so that we understand which question by who your people are covering, so that we are not all over. Starting from the first member, if there's nothing that is related to that particular person who responds, it's fine, but we must know that it is in terms of the question by Honorable Maetso or Honorable Zungula, etc., so that we are able also to track progress and tick those that have been dealt with, please.
Noted, Minister. I've just been engaging with the colleagues in terms of the questions that have been asked in their section, Minister. They have been, they've indicated the person who will ask the question, and then they'll respond accordingly. They've got the comprehensive list, and they will indicate when they make the responses so that it ticks all the boxes. Thanks, Minister. Can I hand over to Mr. Govender on the PS, on how sustainable these projects are, and also unpack in terms of how many jobs are going to be created, and also sequence it in terms of the rollout of this program. So let me hand over to Mr. Govender, who can start with the questions.
Thank you, Acting DG and Honorable Chairperson and members and Minister. I will deal with the first question that was raised by Honorable Meko. The first one was, how realistic are these job creation targets, the 2 million targets that have been indicated over the MTEF period? If you look at the slide 21, and I think the member is quite right, that given the challenges that you have in the economy and job creation at the moment, there might be questions relating to the achievement of the target. But if you look at our slide 21, in determining the number of 2 million, the department was quite explicit in terms of how it's going to achieve it. And on slide 21, we indicated that this will be made up by 70,000 job opportunities created per year by the public employment services, which gives you the 350. The partnership that was mentioned with the Pathway Management Network is going to jointly contribute 650,000 job opportunities. And in terms of the UIF programs, they will contribute 1 million jobs made up of 140 teacher assistant programs, 140,000 teacher assistant opportunities, and 860,000 labor activation projects. So in terms of how realistic it is, these numbers have been predetermined. There has been some thinking and planning on how we're actually going to achieve this number. So I think that we are quite confident, Chairperson, in terms of meeting these targets, and they are realistic. They're within the achievement capability of the various role players within this this particular area of achievement. We think we can achieve it. In terms of the second point that was raised, are there any concrete mechanisms to actually achieve these targets? And as also mentioned in the presentation, we are working with a number of entities that are actually going to be trying to coordinate the achievement of these objectives. The Public Employment Services branch will coordinate and report accordingly on all of these achievements, as is also aware, members will be aware that the department, as on a quarterly basis, have to report to the cluster as well on the achievement of these targets. So there is a mechanism to monitor progress towards these targets, and if necessary, the corrective measures will be taken to make sure that we come back on track. But we are fairly happy in terms of the planning that's currently taking place, that there is a mechanism to monitor the achievement of these targets as well, including the areas that were mentioned in Mpumalanga, Northwest, and the Eastern Cape. As you would have seen in the detailed slides on provincial breakdowns, these numbers cut across all provinces, so it's not focused in any one given area. So it will cover all 9 provinces as detailed in the detailed presentation that was given. There are provincial targets as well. Then in terms of the effective coordination amongst the 3 departments, the Department of Higher Education, Basic Education, and also the Department of Employment and Labor, I think that is also a key point that has been made by the member. There is a need for effective collaboration amongst the departments, especially since the Department of Employment and Labor enrolls work seekers. We provide them with support, we provide them with the mechanisms to prepare them for job opportunities, but their actual skills training, their actual pathwaying from the higher education institutions into the world of work is actually done by the Department of Higher Education and Training. And of course, the grassroots level of education happens at the DBE level. So therefore, it's very important to have coordination amongst these 3 departments. And recently, these 3 departments have been working together very closely in a project called Education to Employment, which was funded by the European Union, or the project is commonly known as E4E. So a number of effective bridges have been built between the departments to actually make sure that we can pathway people from education into employment. So there is effective coordination, it is developing, and we are working closely with our colleagues from those departments to make sure that we are collaborating on all key points. In most of the job fairs, for example, that the department has, these departments are effectively participating in the fairs, for example, the CETAs come along, higher education institutions come along, the DBE also comes along advocating for their new 3 streams model and all of the changes that they are bringing along in their process. So there is effective coordination, at least there is the start of effective coordination happening amongst the 3 departments. Chairperson, then I'll go to the next set of questions that was asked by Honorable Zungula in terms of the unemployment figures. I think that is being raised, that has raised a lot of contentious issues as to whether that unemployment rate is actually what it's actually standing at. And of course, we know that Statistics SA has defended its target setting and its quarterly labor force numbers, where they said any person that is actually employed for at least 1 day is counted in the statistics. And obviously there will be a number of reasons why people will not give correct information, in terms of their employment status. But of course, certainly we know that it is true that there might be people employed in the informal sector that does not report. But according to Stats SA, any person that works for 1 hour or has 1 hour of work in a week is counted in their statistics. And so therefore it's reflective of the number. The 32% is reflective of the unemployment rate. So Stats SA has strongly defended their counting of that number. And Chairperson, if we also look at the labor market and we see the experiences of the demand for services at our labor centers, then one can be convinced that the number can't be 10%, as is stated. It's more closer to the 32% that we see in the definition of Stats SA. Now, in terms of what mechanisms are in place, the second part of the question, what mechanisms are in place to make sure that the targets are met? I think there are a number of mechanisms within the state system. There is a number of mechanisms that monitor the achievement of targets, apart from the management structures that we have within the Department of Employment and Labor, where we actually go through this on a regular basis, on a monthly, quarterly, and even an annual basis, monitoring targets. There is also external oversight by the cluster that we have to report to, and also the monitoring that's done by the DPME branch. So there are a number of mechanisms to actually monitor the achievement of these targets. As the Public Employment Services branch, we also have our own internal management committees that oversee the activities, and we also have what we call the Employment Services Board, that as a subcommittee that looks at employment matters. So this kind of gives us the kind of comfort that there is appropriate mechanisms to manage the achievement of these targets, and if necessary, take the necessary corrective action. Then in terms of the services at labor centers, I think we have 126 labor centers across the country with more than 400.
Sorry, Mr. Kavanda, can
Yes,
you speak to the issue raised by Honorable Zungula on the narrow definition versus the expanded unemployment rate? Well, I think it is important because the member says, why do we choose to use the official definition, and by so doing, watering down the unemployment crisis, not looking at the expanded definition? I did not hear you speak about that. I hear you now going to labor centers. Please.
Thank you, Minister. I will also talk of that. I think in terms of the narrow definition of unemployment, where we have that sitting around 32%, and in terms of the wider definition, which is sitting at 50%. Now, I think it's generally accepted that we look at the narrow definition of unemployment for the purposes of us actually complying with the Stats SA reports, but we do not disregard the wider definition. I think if you look at many reports that actually comes out, there is some focus on the wider definition, and that's normally covers what we call the discouraged workers. In other words, workers that have been seeking employment, that are no longer seeking employment, and they've become discouraged. So I think that's basically what the wider definition talks about. And in many of the focus areas that we do, whether the department is looking at the employment policy, whether it's the national migration policy, in our planning, we take into account the wider definition as well. Those workers that have become discouraged and have given up job search activity for various reasons. Now, I think in terms of the work of our counselors, these are the work. This is the work that they target. They target those that are discouraged. They target those that have become those that face barriers, that are unable to seek employment, and our counselors and employment practitioners actually assist them to understand the importance of actually trying to undertake job search activity. And of course, most of the activities of the department are involved in targeting that larger lot of people which is so-called discouraged. That is the wider definition of unemployment. So I hope that kind of gives you a sense that we do not ignore the wider definition, because in some of our provinces, you actually see the unemployment rate even exceeding what the wider definition actually shows. So we do not ignore that. We do take that into account. So I hope that covers that point. Then in terms of the services to labor centers, we have 126 labor centers spread across the country. We also have 400 service points across the country. So these reach quite a large portion of the country. And for those areas that we cannot reach, we have mobile vehicles that actually go out to the communities as well. In terms of the next question that was asked by Honorable Kopane, I think here it's talking about, is the education system able to coordinate for persons with disability to help them to also absorb them into the labor market? Certainly, we've been working in this project with the education to employment project. We have been working with them to try and see if we can't get better ways in which we can actually send people into the labor market. I think it's a known fact that many of the work seekers that we actually find in the Department of Employment and Labor, they are coming out of the higher education institutions. But as has been noted by the minister as well, that many of them have completed some form of post-school education, but they have not been able to do work-integrated learning, and therefore they cannot complete some of their education program. So we are working with the Department of Higher Education to try and see how we can coordinate this better and how we can create opportunities for them to be absorbed into the labor market. And I think that is one of the principles of the Education to Employment project that we are currently working with the Department of Higher Education. The breakfast sessions that we have with the employers, as you know, members, that employment is created by the employers and the market outside. And so therefore, by engaging the employers in various job fairs, in breakfast sessions, to help them to understand the various benefits that government has put in place to actually encourage them to create job opportunities, they should be taking up those job opportunities so that we can have that pathway that's actually occurring. And I know in the interest of time, I can't mention all the programs, but we know that government has put in place the tax incentive system, there is the YES program, and there's various other programs that government runs to help to pathway people into the employment opportunities that are there. Then I will then go to the next set of questions that was asked by Honorable Mekele. This question relates to why are certain projects being moved to the DG's office, the project management office. I think here we are saying that the DG's office coordinates a lot of the reports that actually goes into the cluster reports, and it's actually an oversight mechanism to make sure that we are keeping our eye on the targets, and that if any necessary corrective measures need to be taken, that these are timelessly taken so that we do not miss targets. When we say that it was moved to the project management office of the DG, that does not mean that it's not in the APP. If you look at the APP on the slides that we presented, on slide 47, in the APP, you will see that in the APP, there is provision that's been made for reporting on all targets that are within the branch. The project management office in the office of the DG is further going to strengthen the control and the monitoring of those objectives so that we make sure that there's proper oversight and control over this from within the management structures in the department. So that's the reason for moving some of that items to the project management office. In terms of Honorable Mbele, the beneficiaries in programs, how is the information reaching the SMMEs, for example? Now, here, I think the response from Public Employment Services would be that whenever there's a call for proposals, whether we are implementing the subsidy scheme for persons with disability, or we are driving the innovation fund through the IDC, the common mechanism that's used is using the media to publish. That is, normally it goes out through government gazettes and the local media so that people get access to the information and the call for proposals. The Department of Labor's website also carries information. And where we are using partners like IDC or National Pathway Manager or the Government Technical Advisory Center, GTEC, these are also put onto their websites. In addition to all of these mechanisms to actually communicate messages, we also have advocacy sessions by the local labor centers. So each of the public employment services branches in the provinces also carry out regular advocacy sessions where they try to communicate messages. And of course, as has also been mentioned, our Department of Employment and Labor's communication unit has been recently communicating a lot on the social media channels to actually get messages out through to the public so that it reaches our audience as far as possible. Then in terms of the last set of questions by Honorable Nontele, I think here it was asking, in terms of the 2 million work opportunities, how will we actually make sure that we adapt our strategies to the unique circumstances that are taking place? So there you will actually see that, I've mentioned that within the department, we have a lot of safeguards, if you want to call it that. There are management structures which regularly oversee the performance targets, and they do take corrective measures. As you would also see in the APP, variances, both overachievement and underachievement, have to be reported so that these can be a source for taking the necessary corrective action. So we think that in terms of the 2 million objectives that have been mentioned, there are sufficient safeguards to actually make sure that there is monitoring of that objective, in addition to reporting on a quarterly basis to the cluster and the DPME on the performance of the departments. In terms of quarterly performance, we also have to send reports to the National Treasury advising them of the performance against the APP target. So there is a multi-layered governance structure that oversees the performance and monitoring of objectives. Chairperson, that is the questions that I've noted for the public employment services. Thank you so much, Chair.
You are lined up. Let's not give back to Chair. You are lined up the next leader to respond from relevant entities or branches. Please.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair. From Inspections and Enforcement Services, there was only one question from Honorable Zungula. Inspectors turning a blind eye on wrongdoing and allegations around taking bribes. What is it that we are doing about it? I want to emphasize that the issue of allegations that come in that inspectors are taking bribes, most of them are not substantiated. In instances where they are substantiated, it really is an exception rather than a norm. I can count in one hand in the past 5 years that there had been successful substantiated allegations of taking bribes. So in instances where it can be substantiated, we invoke the applicable policies that resides within our HR program. And also as a matter of practice, we during when we take in new inspectors and when we induct them, part of the inducting involves a presentation on ethics. We involve our ethics management office, and we also do it on a regular basis when we do training. We also have a code of ethics and a code of conduct that is within IES, and we do emphasize the upholding thereof. Thank you.
I'm not sure, Honorable Minister, whether you'll take this yourself. I thought it would be done by the Inspectorate on the 20,000, the timeline, and whether there's provincial spread.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I was still expecting other colleagues to respond.
All I'm saying is that because we're moving from inspectorate, so I was checking whether it's a matter you'll come back to it yourself, because I thought they would speak to it.
Yes,
so
I've
that's-
noted the response by DG that it was incomplete.
Yeah,
So if no one comes to help us there, I'll try to respond to it. Thank you.
Can proceed then to the others.
If I may come in, Minister and Chair, on the issue of the 20K, I didn't touch on it because the acting DG gave information. But regarding the provincial split, we do have provincial splits as far as how the 20,000 are going to be distributed. The figures could be availed to members. I don't have currently the figures. Thank you, Chair.
The timeline?
The timeline in terms of, I thought the acting DG spoke to the where we are right now in terms of timeline, that we're in the process of recruiting and selection. And so I'm not sure, Minister, in terms of the timeline of the entire project, or what is it that we need to respond to?
No, we have not responded to the timeline. Even the DG did not respond to the timeline. Only told us that we got along on the short list. That is not a timeline. When is the process going to be finalized? When are the inspectors going to start? I think that's the timeline.
Oh, okay. Minister, may I request that the DDG Corporate Services comes in? This is a recruitment and selection work stream, and she would have more details in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
May I come in, Minister? Chairperson, may I come in?
We were given a permission.
We've given you.
Oh,
Sarah,
sorry.
Just flow.
I didn't
Next
hear.
one
Yes,
after.
thank you so much. Thanks
So
a lot,
no,
Minister. I didn't.
Permission all the time. Once
Oh.
the other one must take up, please.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much, Minister and Honorable Chairperson. The recruitment and selection process we've targeted together with I think the 18 DG gave us this instruction last week that she's going to give us 2 weeks. So in the next 2 weeks, 2 weeks from now, talking this week and the coming week, we should have appointed, as in like we should have selected the successful candidates, because we are at a stage, truly, what she said is that we are at a stage where we're doing assessment. We've done the shortlist. We are now busy with the assessment of the candidates. We came up with a the short list of over 10,000. I think it's somewhere around 15,000 or 20, which will then be assessed. And then out of that, we'll then select the 10,000 that are supposed to be appointed. This is the first batch of the cohort of the inspectorate intents. So we gave ourselves the end of next week to have appointed the successful candidates. Thank you so much, Chair.
Hey, DG, I think the pauses and times taken, or the time taken by the colleagues to come to the podium to respond is wasting our time unnecessarily. You said you had lined them up. So colleagues should know who follows after one colleague has completed the response. Can you improve our pace?
Okay, let me come in, Chairperson, if you allow me, for SCE, to then respond to questions that were raised. From the first set of questions, I think on SCE part, there are some questions that, as much as they touch on the interests of persons with disability, they are really SCE finds itself at the end of the stick with those questions. In terms of the question regarding the infrastructure upgrades for government buildings in public spaces to improve accessibility, I'm not sure if SCE can do much about that. However, within our factories, our infrastructure does make accommodation for accessibility for persons with disability, precisely because we understand that our workforce is 100% persons with disability. So, but with regards to the infrastructure upgrades, I must say that our factories are buildings that are under the Department of Public Works. We are doing maintenance there and there. There are areas that requires infrastructure upgrades. I know one of them is Porchef's Room factory, which that building is floating on a mat, so to say, but we are engaging DPW with regards to that. So the DPW as a landlord for this infrastructure is being engaged with regards to the upkeep of the infrastructure. Then there was another set of questions regarding the measurement for procurement target set and how do we make sure that those are met. Again, is SCE in terms of the procurement target or procurement policy, SCE again finds itself at the end of the stick with regards to the implementation of that policy, because I do believe that the policy owners, and which has been the procurement policy owner, which has been the National Treasury in this case, is in the right position to ensure enforcement and compliance to those targets and see that they are being met. And I'm happy to be assisted on this one, because for SCE, what on our side, we do depend on the procurement spend from the government to ensure that we find ourselves in, and I think there was also another question with regards to the self-sustainability. So we do depend largely on the procurement or government spending on the disciplines that we are manufacturing to ensure that we generate revenue for us to also be able to in a position to meet our targets when it comes to increasing increasing the employability or employment for persons with disability. Then the other question, it was about the inclusivity. And I believe the Mr. Governor did touch on this one with regards to the program, Education for Employability. So that program span or touches as well on the transitioning of persons with disability from education into employment. In fact, SCE, with the support of the department, did hold a policy dialogue on the 11th or 12th on the 13th of June, together in collaboration with the Department of Basic Education as well as higher education, largely to have a conversation around the transitioning of persons with disability. And here the focus is also to bring in the basic education with their processes that they've embarked on the three-stream model, a curriculum that they are busy developing, which one of those focuses on the curriculum for persons with disability in the special schools as well as in the School of Skills. And once that has been piloted by the Department of Basic Education, we'll obviously create a pathway for those learners into transitioning or being trained, and the the focus here, or the bigger picture, in my view, is that SCE then will be viewed as an exit strategy for those learners from the special schools and schools of skills into the participation, into the employment and the labor market. But obviously, it's a process that requires the three departments to still continue to engage, and the policy dialogue was one of those initiatives that wants to take these discussions further. Then there was also question about the targets being met and the reporting. I think Mr. Governor also did touch on the reporting. As SCE, we are still we follow the same reporting processes with the department in terms of the targets that have been set for our APP. So it's something that it's covered with as part of the reporting for the department. The last question that I got is with regards to the monitoring and measures for the EE targets when it comes to persons with disability. I think, again, this is a question maybe that I can be assisted with regards to the enforcement and monitoring in terms of the employment or the EE targets by the regulatory bodies in this regard. Unfortunately, SCE is not in a position to implement any enforcement with regards to the EE targets. Thank you, Chair.
I will come in from Productivity SA side now, following SCE, if that's okay with you, Acting DG. Honorable Mayetsu actually raised two questions, but the first one I'm going to respond to that also Honorable Mokwele actually raised as well. So how will Productivity SA measure the tangible impact? So when it comes to the enterprise support programs amid the volatile economic environment, just to indicate, Productivity SA uses a monitoring, evaluation, reporting framework that is aligned to the DPME guidelines. So the tangible impact is measured through specific indicators, like that of the number of jobs retained in distressed companies, the productivity improvements itself recorded before and after interventions, the sustainability rate of these enterprises over a period of 12 to 24 months, as well as in certain cases, we can translate the economic value add per employee post-intervention as well. Honorable Mokwele actually raised about the value of money, the translation of job retention and job creation. And for us, the interpretation of value for money, it rests on three principles, which is effectiveness. So how effective is our programs? And this is where we do measure the creation of jobs and the return on investment when it comes to the investment of or the funds utilized, especially for companies or the sectors or within struggling regions itself. So we do have to focus on fostering this culture of productivity through awareness, but it's about the actual interventions that help with job creation or job retention that's important. The second one is efficiency itself. So, how are we delivering these outcomes in a cost-effective manner? So we do actually measure, the number of trained enterprises or trained individuals and the improvement of productivity level, so the impact according to the rand spent. And then the last one is when he looks at the economy as a whole, it's that are we optimizing inputs, skills, technology, partnerships, so the value without compromising quality or the impact itself. So job retention for existing jobs itself in companies facing distress, job creation, that is the new jobs that are created, as well as the sustainable jobs through the enterprise support programs, as well as strengthening the SMMEs and cooperatives. So we try to ensure that all of this is aligned, but the impact itself is recorded and the funds spent and according to the budget as well. It gives you an indication by program, the value of it itself. So we do conduct baselines, just to end that part of the question, as well as at the end of the interventions, what activity assessment is actually, or what is the result of the productivity itself, or the intervention. So amid the economic volatility, we adjust our impact indicators to reflect both short-term resilience, which is job preservation, as well as long-term growth potential, which is productivity improvement, competitiveness, as well as expansion of these enterprises. The second question from Honorable Mayetsu was about specific strategies that we may adopt to address high unemployment rates. So while our core mandate is productivity improvement and enterprise competitiveness, we are integrating employment creation outcomes more explicitly within our program design. So some of the key strategies for us is scaling up, like the program I spoke about, the Productivity Champions program. And here we want to focus more on upskilling youth and unemployed individuals in these tools. So we need to enable employability and entrepreneurship. We also want to partner with our sister entities like that of the UIF to support some of this, enterprise development and link trained individuals to opportunities within business, and then supporting SMEs and cooperatives with potential to absorb labor, particularly in the high growth sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, and services. Lastly, it's also promoting productivity improvement in the public sector. So through the projects itself, ensure that there's catalysts, for local job creation. So ultimately, we want to improve productivity itself, within enterprise development and ensure sustainable job creation. Then the third question that came from Honorable Makupane was about the entity itself and how we tend to bridge the gap between policy intentions as well as on the ground delivery. So noting, of course, the resource constraints that was highlighted in our presentation, but we do recognize there's a delivery gap and have worked on an acceleration program or acceleration. We want to actually create an acceleration framework, but at the moment there's an acceleration plan that focuses on execution, when you speak about excellence. And the way we're going about doing it is we're trying to strengthen the partnerships with local municipalities, provincial developmental agencies, as well as the CETAs, so that we can actually co-deliver our interventions. I think you'll have seen it in our actual presentation of our financial stability strategy as well. And then we're prioritizing more of high impact but low resource interventions. The productivity awareness campaigns plays a big role here because we try to make society more aware of what productivity measures are all about and the importance of that. But then we want to actually expand on the modular training as well so that we can reach more communities. And this is also linked as well to our district development model. So we also implement, almost a decentralized service delivery through the regional offices, as well as we're looking at expanding with the digital platforms itself. We do want to leverage off existing resources. We have to make ourselves more efficient. So using internal capacity, and we want to also move towards automation itself. So, we want to be able to engage with DAL, of course, supporting us with National Treasury to advocate for improved baseline funding, but unlock new revenue streams, that is through our business turnaround and financial sustainability strategy, through whether it is donor funding as well as private sector partnerships, which we are focusing on at the moment. The next question came sent by Honorable Makupane, was the role of technology, in transforming productivity itself. So technology innovation is central to the future of work. It's central to productivity interventions as well. And yes, we do have gaps there because you require resources to be able to invest. But we have plans at the moment. It's a 5-year strategy to promote digital lean tools. It's what we call Industry 4.0 principles. efficiency within manufacturing environments as well as the services itself. And we want to move towards a digital productivity platform so that there's real-time performance monitoring and remote coaching for SMMEs themselves. We've used certain of the digital platforms like Zoom as well as Teams, but then we want to make it proper app-based as well so that it's more accessible within different areas. Partnering as well with CSIR is one of our priorities. We actually do have a link with them at the moment, but it's also with the innovation hubs to help with the cost-effective productivity solutions as well, tailored for small businesses. Also further to that is capacity building programs to introduce SMMEs to digital tools, and then, actually link it to data analytics as well. So Productivity SA has embarked on digital Kaizen, which is called, the digital continuous improvement itself, which we've implemented in the last year as well within a few small enterprises. So our approach ensures that technology is going to be, it's not just about accessibility, but adaptability, especially within the small and informal enterprises, but how do we make these businesses as efficient as possible? Honorable Nonsela asked about how we are going to ensure some of the efforts, for inclusive enough to uplift marginalized communities and informal enterprises. So here I did touch on it a little bit in the strategic plan. It is embedded in the strategic plan where we are prioritizing service delivery for township and rural economy. And this is through our outreach, for localization programs. So we are customizing more of our interventions for the informal sector and cooperatives. And I think this also touches on Honorable Mokwele's question about what extent do we cover support, especially when it comes to the cooperatives, your informal sector, and even the provincial setup itself. So as I did mention as well, along the way, that we are aligning to the district development model, and we try to integrate, some of the local economic priorities as well. But the collaboration with community-based organizations, even the TVET colleges, is so important to increase accessibility. And we do this on a provincial basis through economic development departments as well as the municipalities. But again, as I said, it's about ensuring that we set these targets, and you'll have seen in our presentation that we are very explicit with the participation by women, youth, and people with disabilities as well within our programs. So through these actions, we really want to be able to aim at contributing more meaningful, inclusive growth itself. I think I've addressed all 7 questions. Thank you very much.
Gigi, are you done?
On our side, Minister, we are done in terms of the questions that were asked, unless we've left anything out, but we're done. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I think the issue that was an incomplete response on the 20,000, they've tried to cover it. I think additional to the question by Honorable Zungula on the allegations, even though the DGG responsible for IES has assured us that those matters get to be followed up, but they are not always substantiated. We take it as an area of improvement moving ahead on making it easy for people to blow the whistles and also to report these cases, including ensuring that always our inspectors wear name badges and all that, so that people are able then to report in a manner that we may see as being substantiated. On the issues, let me finish Honorable Zungula's issues. I think this matter of the Capitec Bank outgoing CEO triggered a lot of things, including Honorable Zungula, what you are raising on both the narrow definition and the expanded. I think there is no straightforward answer. We can debate it and get some suggestions and views. I know it was also a hot debate in the select committee, which was going viral, taking rounds on the social media about what the members were saying about this. It's quite a very complex issue. I don't think there is a yes or no in terms of saying which one is correct. Is it the narrow definition or the expanded? I think, Chair, we may engage all of us on this matter. It was my understanding the fact that there's both expanded and narrow doesn't mean there's anyone who is excluded, but instead qualifies these both categories for the sake of being able to set targets. Because really, how do you set targets to reduce unemployment of those who are discouraged? So I think even what was played, I hope it was played out of context, because sometimes if there is a I need to show my face. Sorry, Chair. If there is pre-recorded discussions and you only see a part of it, it can be distorted. Because also my view on this matter, these figures are both important. Hence, they are always reported by Statistics South Africa. But the reality is there are those who've been looking for jobs that are discouraged. Hence also the debate that we must start off saying it's difficult in South Africa to look for a job. How do we, as means of encouraging those who are job seekers, come up with some grants? There's a discussion now at Cabinet about the 350. Can it be made to be a grant that is assisting those who are job seekers, as an example? Because the fact that you are seated at home and discouraged does not necessarily mean you are now all of a sudden employed. But how are you going to be known that you are there if then you are not actively looking for a job? So it's a very complex discussion to balance the two, so that we are not seen to be saying it is more important to understand and attend to the official statistics and be misunderstood to be saying the expanded statistics is not important. So my response to that issue would say we need to keep both of them, and the Department of Employment and Labour needs to also continue to be the champion or play the advocacy role in ensuring that those who are discouraged are encouraged through various means. As I think the DTGs or the relevant officials have said, I think it was Mr. Governor, what gets to be done then by the public employment services to encourage those who are seated at home because they are no more interested because of various reasons. On the comment by Honorable Maeto, on the numbers that you are putting, the 2 million, I take that as an advice to say, let's go and strengthen how we will monitor. As we set the target of 2 million, having divided it among the role players, which is the work that is done by the National Pathways Management Network, and also the work that is done by Dell and the UIF. I think it's also equally important to say we put these numbers, then how do we monitor them? Because I understand where the honorable member comes from. We have not performed well as the Department of Employment and Labour, in particular in the previous administration, when it comes to a labour activation program. But we have set ourselves targets this financial year and 2 outer years, which to me if then we can be very, very accurate and vigilant in monitoring, because we've set ourselves 240,000 just for employability of LEP for this financial year, 200,000 next financial year, 250,000 the other year. Just for 3 years already, you are close to 700,000. Then if there is a target that we have set for ourselves on the contribution of employment and labor through UIF and the work that we are doing with the National Pathways Management Network, I don't think it's a target that is too ambitious, depending if we understand what is the meaning of work opportunities. Because what is also important as we do that, we need to be vigilant in us as government, not as employment and labor, in ensuring that there is a very conducive environment for businesses to thrive, and intervention from time to time by government to companies who may, at the end of the day, like the ones I was referring to in my political overview, find themselves in financial distress. So there is an environment, the whole ecosystem that goes beyond us, of ensuring also that jobs are preserved, because it would be a futile exercise to create work opportunities, to even create jobs, yet jobs are lost in the process. So I think it's something that we are taking up, not just as a question, not Maeto, but as a challenge that says we must then sharpen our monitoring tools on the targets that we have set for ourselves and be able to come even to the committee, convincingly say, this was the baseline. This is the reason why we've set ourselves these particular targets. Because already, in terms of the work that has been done with the partners, we are reporting some work opportunities or earning opportunities that were created through the partnership with the National Pathway Management Network that are close to 1.6 million over the 5 years. But that includes the 140,000 of the teacher assistants. So if you look at that already, there is a baseline, there is a milestone that you can report on that was done in the previous administration. Hence, then the set targets from our side. But you can't say, yes, we are guaranteeing that will happen, because it will depend on the economic environment also. But this is what we want to see happening. Like what Honorable Zungula was raising on the targets that we have set for ourselves in terms of the NDP versus what is the reality now. Because when we set those targets then around 2015, the economy was totally different from what it is today. So from time to time, we need to stop and then monitor, evaluate what we've done and see if there is progress. So we are taking that. Also, Honorable Mansele raised this issue, and also I think Honorable Mkupana, in terms of assurance to sustain what we bring here, not just on inception, even beyond the pronouncements and inception. I had noted just a few. I think the last one that I noted is the issue raised by Honorable Mbele. We take that issue of availing information, in particular to our main stakeholder, which is the portfolio committee, that it is not enough just to go to all the platforms that we share the information. We make it DGA standard in terms of the work that we do, that whenever there are opportunities through the chairperson of the portfolio committee, maybe physically, not physically, even if it's through sending those windows that are open, adverts and everything, all the opportunities, so that the members of the portfolio committee are equally equipped to understand what their department is doing so that they can inform their constituencies. Member has raised that we are taking, and I hope DG is not a very difficult thing to do that all the time. Besides going to TPSA website, going to our own website, you can even share with the portfolio committee those opportunities from time to time when we have and taken to our communities. I thought, Chair, let me just raise those few issues in trying to add to what the administration has attempted to respond in terms of the issues raised by our honorable members. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank your team for the responses. And the responses were quite direct, as we usually ask for, that there's a reference to members as they would have asked the questions, as well as an understanding that the responses could be given, but the level of satisfaction will be differing depending on the context in which the question would have been asked, but we must be satisfied that at least an effort has been made to respond to each question that would have been asked. I take it that honorable members, you would take note, and you were noting when these responses were given. I must just check if there may be any question that is left behind. That's important for us to make a summary going forward. Honorable Mbele, I see your hand on that point.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, actually, I just wanted to throw in just a suggestion, maybe especially to you, Minister, that maybe you consider in terms of maybe profiling all the small business. I know it's going to be a hectic job, but it's worth it to profile them and understand them, what is it that they are doing. It also gives you the status in terms of the capacity, whether there can be any employment created, and also look at the nature of the business, whether that business can be worth investing into to create more jobs. And maybe we can even come up with a system that is going to encourage. Let me just say, if you have about few businesses that can come together and form a cooperative where they can really collaborate and make a meaningful impact in terms of creating of the jobs. Because now what I'm just thinking, and actually, if we do that exercise, it will also give us an idea in terms of your compliances, whether they comply on whatsoever, what are the challenges, what should be the interventions thereof. Because remember, those small businesses and informal traders, they are not such educated. That is why I was requesting even the system of getting that information, giving to them and so forth. But if they are in a system that is created, maybe that task can be given to a productivity SA to make sure that at least they call for they send people out there to do the profiling. I don't know. It's just something that I'm thinking. But otherwise, we could have done that a long time ago, having those businesses, small businesses, profiled, so that whatever, it also assists us when we do the budget. You know that there are so many SMMEs, there are so many informal traders. And then when we do our budget, then it informs on how we should structure our budget to really address that. It's just my 2 cents suggestion. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Honorable Bell. I'm not sure if the minister is the one trying to respond. Otherwise, I'd say note the point. Of course, it may not be employment and labor alone. That includes small business development that you also work with as Department of Labor. Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Sure, if it's on my side.
Sorry, we take
Yeah, better now.
Sorry, somebody was closing the door. Sorry, Chair. Yes, Chair. We take the suggestion by the honorable member. Actually, it's part of what I was raising, that it's a debate that we must engage on. The definition of employment, definition of the unemployed, as a writer to what is in the public space on the debate triggered by Capitec outgoing CEO. The issue of having informal business and those who are involved in those activities accounted or unaccounted for, because it is believed for each and every informal business, there is one job created. So we will be working with the Department of Small Business Development, as we are starting a partnership now to support businesses, work with Productivity SA, and also work maybe with the private partner in the form of the National Pathway Management Network, to say how best can we profile those informal businesses in line with what the honorable member is doing, so that we can be able to be fully equipped to start to engage. Actually, we have started a process as a department of coming up with a study on how best we can look at the issue of capturing the statistics, like your Mexico's, your Brazil, and all other developing economies, including what is happening even on the continent, because it is important to account for informal sector or informal economy. The statistics are showing that in South Africa, the ratio of the formal, informal, and unemployed is very disturbing. It's found to be wanting. So it's a discussion that is important on Mbele, that we will be engaging in earnest to see how best we can be able to count everybody who is active in the economy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. As you lower hand. Honorable members, like I said, at least it was quite an open engagement, and there have been responses to your questions. And I take it that others, it's what the ministry and the team would have noted for further responses, as they would be appearing before the committee. Amongst those, it is those matters that have been removed from what was submitted originally, put under the DG's side, that they are not lost, but will be implemented as part of the APP. And once they reach the smart side of things, where measurability allows us to also do our oversight, will be brought back to the main space. I think that's important to make that point, because that area deals with an important aspect, which over and above the 2 billion that is seen in the strategic plan, the engagement with organized business talks to skills that responds to the economy, which ultimately it's about jobs as they get to be absorbed by the economy, which should then at least inform the impact that the department is making, with that understanding that the unemployment situation in the country cannot only be addressed by the department. Private sector has an important role to play in ensuring that there's that employment. So that social compact gets to be important, which has now been taken to that level. As well as, I think the issue must be clear on, Honorable Minister, in support of the work that you do as the department and the ministry relates to another one that has also been taken out on the basis that you are still gonna work in this financial year on the national employment policy or public employment policy, which will then clarify the coordination. I think in the intervening period, we should be clearer on that because it is an issue of aligning that you do with the response to the SONA, and that has been the thrust of the presentation, is the alignment of everything else to realize that that has been cleared. And in this case, would indeed even appeal to the presidency itself, so that it's not a matter of yourself and the department, but clearly that to achieve that has been given to yourselves through the State of the Nation address, of which the people of South Africa will want to measure the department on its ability to bring to reality that has been raised by SONA, which is public employment in the true sense from all sides of government, coordinated by the department. Whilst wait for the new policy regime that you are working on. And it's good to hear that you are also involving the academia and all other important stakeholders in shaping that. I think it's a good thing. But it's important that we at least emphasize the point. The part about the SCE, I think, again, importantly, again, in support of the work that the ministry does and the entity itself, it's important to at least put the point that the committee has raised before, so it's still relevant now, that this thing of the set aside as vulnerable groups are to be looked at from a point of procurement. SCE is at the center of ensuring people with disabilities participate actively in the economy, and therefore fall in that group. Whatever is the percentage, whether it's 7 or 10% in the procurement spend by government as a whole, we should still advance that at different levels. So that's at one. That's in relation to SE. But secondly, is that because there's existence, as Honorable Mayetso would have said, yes, we may not have that in Mpumalanga as of now. I think the intention will be to grow it even in that space. But it is important that where these exist in the different provinces, that the first line of support must also be from the provinces themselves. And in that way, the numbers that you can bring on board will then grow even bigger. So I think the committee must at least be clear on that. Otherwise, when we accept that there are no changes, we must understand the implications. The implications are that from a financial point of view, if you have budgeted for a deficit, you've already accepted that you'll not make progress. So you'll be paying salaries. But that deficit is meant to be addressed in terms of plan by getting more contracts. And we should really work harder to ensure that those contracts are realized. Otherwise, we would have planned to fail right from the beginning. So I think that's a message we must also take in trying to get the support that's needed. The point is supported that we must get information officially on all programs and opportunities available, so that we do not only give hope, but encourage people to participate once platforms are open for them to participate. So in that way, we agree with yourself, Honorable Minister, that if we can keep that in reality, make sure that it happens, it's circulated, members can also get that through our office. And as I speak to this, I want to emphasize what I raised in the previous meeting. Would also want that at least there's also improvement in turnaround time when things have to be done, including complaints that may have been received. That turnaround time helps to keep us on toes, but also reaffirm the oversight work that we do, because we can then come back to relevant complainants or those who are making inquiries, escalating it to a level of the committee that those could be responded to. With regard to legislation, because we play a role there, it's just to re-emphasize again the point that whilst the deadlines may be quite in the outer years, but we know that certain things are happening now, that all those that have gone through process of cabinet, the sooner they get presented to Parliament, the better, so that the committee gets seized with that and assists the department to be able to have legislation that helps it to function and reach all these targets that get to be made. So I just thought I should close the discussion in that point, more to commit that through our oversight, we will ensure that as far as is possible, you meet all the set targets through that. As we said earlier, Honorable Minister and your team, I take it that even members will agree with me that given the approach we have taken and said we'll make the assessment, I want to check if I'm supported on this part, because we do not keep watching something the same way. So the break was meant also for that, to refresh a bit and then come back thinking that will be having a laborious process of engagement and presentations. The time is now 12:35, and that's why I want to test it so that if you think we should stick to what we said, we'll do it. But if you were to take what I guided on, that we assess the time, because we have 20 minutes maximum for CCMA and 20 minutes max for NEDLAC in terms of their presentations, and then take up a discussion. So I want to place it before you that the assessment of time is such that if we were to agree to make it a point that we have a working one, we could still take the presentations, have the discussion, and close much earlier than we would have planned before, in a way that gives us also time to go and work on the implementation and other things that we need to work on. So that's what I want to put forward. I don't want to use it as a ruling, because there is a program that was sent out and people may have planned in accordance to that program. But I'm putting this as a suggestion that we can maximize the time. Is there probably an objection to that suggestion? Maybe let me put it in that way. Because surely CMA and Network may be ready, because I think them on the line. Any objection, honorable members? That we just maximize the time. It doesn't seem there's an objection, so I take that to be an agreement. Mr. Sakasa, if you can just fly it again, just to check who follows who. Oh, am I the one who's out again? Because there's no response either, Mr. Sakasa or Bas.
No, Chair, can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just that I
Yeah.
was like thinking that maybe I'm the one that nobody hears because I don't get responses. Okay.
No. We are listening to the suggestion that you are making in relation to the program that was tabled earlier on. And I think that the suggestion, Chair, is quite progressive because given the time that the engagement and the presentation were done, I think that they were within the allocated time. And therefore, I will therefore support the suggestion that we are making, Chair. Thank you.
No, at least it means that there's no objection and that I was heard. I was worried that nobody hears me. Mr. Sakasa is flighted. Honorable Mukwele, okay, there's an objection.
No, Chair, I wanted to say we support.
Oh, I thought you were objecting.
No,
Okay.
no.
All
It's
right.
a progressive move.
No, we are one then. We can then take is the CCMA followed by Network. It's now 22-1. So as I said, maximum 20 minutes. You already have a sense of areas of emphasis you would make, and then followed by Network immediately, and then we take up the discussion.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, to members, the Minister, Deputy Minister, the DG, my colleagues from the department and other entities. Chairperson, we will we will definitely stick to time. We can also attempt to save you time on the presentation, especially that in line with your opening, that we should also focus on any changes that may have happened since April. I can confirm, Chairperson, that there has not been any changes. So what the members had and what members have now, there are no changes that are going to be presented. That's number one. And then number two, as a team CCMA, as part of the department, we are grateful with the overview that was given by the Minister, our Honourable Minister, in terms of the punch points of our strategy moving forward. We are quite satisfied with what she has presented, and it has captured the key parts that we thought we could talk to you about. As a consequence of that, we will not repeat those parts. And then we can just focus on one or two things, and then if there are any questions, we can take them. Having said that, of particular importance, maybe just for purposes of transition, is that the 5-year strategy that is before you, it's a strategy that has received a baton from the previous strategy, Invuselelo strategy. We are happy to say, Chairperson, that we were quite successful in the main in terms of that 5-year strategy, including our assessment of our performances, of course, with a couple of shortcomings, and challenges which we had to navigate and will continue to navigate. As you can see, the name of our strategy, Chairperson, it says the momentum. What that means is that the good parts of our strategy in the past 5 years, especially on the positive aspects of our strategy, we had chosen to keep the momentum. I think it's important to remind ourselves to keep the momentum. How we came about with the name, it was through a process of a bit of research from our staff to tell us what they think what our thrust should be, as the minister has touched fully on our thrust, so I won't repeat that. So it culminated into us saying we must keep the momentum of the good things we've done. And in that, with a slogan that says that empowering progress, embracing change. We have accepted that years bring change. We must embrace it. We must ride the crest and try to achieve on the basis of that. So we're quite satisfied with that. In addition to that, the strategy, Chairperson, it's actually a strategy that is aligned with the department's outcomes and strategic drive. And the full detail of that you will find on slide number 9 to slide number 11. That's where you'll find the alignment, as you can see. That's page 1 of 3. I will not take you through each detail of that. It's driven by the very principle of trying to contribute to a capable state, one that is ethical, the one that seeks development. So all our alignment with the departmental one actually takes us there. And then the next to that is to note that there are 4 programs that the strategy is running on. This you will find on slide number 16 to slide number 19. Each one of these, you will see it says the CCMA strategic intent. So each program, like administration, you've got dispute resolution and the like. So if you want to look at the intent of our organization, it is based on those specific slides that I'm referring to on slide number 16 to slide number 19. You see that the proactive labor market interventions and all of that. So that's where our intent is sitting. Just as a refresher. I know you are aware of this, and because you've seen our strategies. And on slide 22, you will see, just as a note, slide 22, this one is important in the sense that, and I can say this with bravery, that as a team, we are conscious that our work as CCMA is a statutory function. Our statutory function does not give much room for what you can choose to do and what not to do. If you have to do anything in the CCMA, it's based on this function. This is our core business. Anything else is support to this one, program number 2, which is dispute resolution. So that's where we are. And that's why you'll see that our targets that we set are intended to improve compliance with legislation. For us, legislative compliance is not a matter of choice, because legislative compliance defines our core business. And so therefore we will not fail. In line with what you said, Chair, on the core of the theme of the session, you will find that at 2.3, the job saving part, that it is still, although it is a discretionary function that we do, but it is an important one because it contributes to alleviating the triple crisis in terms of the jobs that we save. And I think that's important. Having said that, The 5-year strategy rolls on annual performance plans. Every year until the end of the 5th year, there are plans per annum that are set that must be achieved aligned with the primary targets of the 5-year strategy. This you will find on slide 25 to slide 33. This is where you will find our APPs for 25 and 26, based on each program, the 4 programs that I have spoken about. So I will not take into the minor details of that, mindful of time, of course. And then, having said so your APPs will be in slide 25 and 33. This is the first one where it starts with each individual target set, and with, over the years or the outer years to come, 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28. That's essentially where all targets are sitting in terms of the annual performance plan. So as it is now, we are already on the 25, 26 annual performance plan. We're sitting in June, so we're right in the middle of it. Soon you'll be calling us to account on the first quarter of 25, 26. So we are rolling on that, Chairperson. And then almost lastly, if we go to slide 34, this is where we set out, and I know you have read it already, this is where we set out the expenditure on each program that we spoke about. We have not only focused on the 25-26, we have also shared the previous financial years, and just to show you the progression of our expenditure on our budget up to 2026. And then it also gives you the ones for the outer years. So in 25-26, in terms of the program spread on its expenditure, just above the billion and 43 million. That's where we're sitting, and that's how we're spreading the expenditures on the different programs for 25-26, if you look at it horizontally. And then you will see what we spend on, for example, the dispute resolution. You will see we're sitting at 751. Yeah. So that's essentially, and if you go to slide 35, the last one, that's just the classification. Yeah, of great importance, Chair, to mention is that there is a planned, as per Treasury, there is a 11% reduction on the budget for all the years, which culminates to more than 300 million reduction in total, spread between each year moving forward. We need to navigate around that. As the minister said, that the reduced allocation to the department does affect our output and our delivery. It is correct what the minister said about commission, also in relation to its impact, and us trying to find a way on how we can just navigate and mitigate its adverse effects. It is correct that indeed it does have that effect. So that's essentially that. So, Chairperson, that concludes our presentation. I hope I've made it on time, and I've saved you a bit of time as well, and also allowing an opportunity for questions if there are any. I think I've tried to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Seme. I'll get to Netlick. You indeed saved 8 minutes, but it doesn't give it to Netlick.
Thank you, Chair.
And good afternoon to you and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and my minister and deputy ministers and colleagues on the call. My name is Makuku Mampuru, presenting on behalf of NETLEC. I'm going to try and emulate Commissioner Marajani, although I'll probably fall short. I'll also save you time, Chair. And I will not go through our rather short presentation, but some touch points. The first point to be made along pretty much similar lines as the CCMA is that NETLEC is a creature of statute. And that's the point we always default to whenever we do our background. One of those first entities that were established by the post-apartheid government in 1994. So this year we celebrate our 30th anniversary. We are currently housing the Presidential Climate Commission, and you'll see in our presentation, part of our work will touches on the work of the Presidential Climate Commission, and this is what explains it, the fact that we host it. And I would suggest that that very fact may well become apparent because I'll make reference to some aspect of our work which doesn't appear in our APP because it is still undergoing discussion, clarity, and that, and that's the national dialogue. That's just testimony to how well NETLEC has done in incubating organizations that then go on to be fairly successful autonomous entities. Proudly SA is a case in point. The Presidential Climate Commission is now undergoing a process for its establishment as an autonomous entity with the assistance of GTEC. The third point I think I can make, Chair, is that our strategic plan and APP have been stress tested against the MDP as adopted post-establishment of the Government of National Unity. So we have been able to do that. So the MTDP had set out several priorities of the post May 2024 government, and our programs, our strategy and plan are intended to do that. Now, in terms of our vision and impact, we envision a South Africa where stakeholders collaborate meaningfully to promote inclusive economic growth, social justice, and a just transition towards sustainability and equity. Our strategic focus for the strategic planning period of the next 5 years, 25 to 30, is to enhance inclusive platforms for dialogue and collaboration on socio-economic policy, legislation, and climate issues. 2, to strengthen partnerships to address climate change, digitalization, and inequality. Thirdly, to institutionalize support for the just transition framework and financing mechanism. And lastly, to develop monitoring systems and knowledge products for policy implementation and stakeholder engagement. I've made the point about us being aligned to the MTDP, so I'll pass that. And maybe you can help me, Matapelo, to go to our key programs and outcomes, and I'll just touch on them in passing. Our first program focus on administration, and for purposes of the coming financial year, yes, that's our administration program. Will ensure accountability, well-governed operations with strong ICT, HR, and procurement. That's the sum total of what we are seeing at the administration. Then our next program, you can go on to the second program, refers to social dialogue, and policy engagement. And this is where we coordinate. And when essentially this is our core business, we coordinate dialogue and inputs on legislation and policy. Our third program is that of capacity building, and members will know that not the three social partners plus government at NETLEC have various levels and capabilities. So we have a program for purpose of building capacity for our social partners to try and ensure that they are able to participate in the discussions. We equip our social partners with resources and training so that they're able to engage effectively. And our last program is the Presidential Climate Commission support that I've already made reference to. And this has to do with driving climate adaptation, resilience, and policy integration across all sectors. I'll ask our CFO to just talk on our budget consideration. We've made the point previously that we were facing a 13% budget cut, but that in no way is going to compromise the work that we do. The PCC, for example, depends to some extent, it's largely program work, depends on receipt of grants from international partners. And that's how we obviate some of the budget pressures that we encounter. I'll leave it there, Chair, and ask the CFO just in 1 minute to just talk on the budget in passing. Thank you.
Thanks, Makuku, through you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members and Minister. Yeah, in terms of the budget considerations, I think the slide is probably sums up where we are and what we're looking towards in the next few years. As mentioned by the ED, our budget is constrained, firstly by the cuts that were communicated to us over the medium-term period, which accounted for roughly the 13% cut to the NETLEC grants that we receive or transfers we receive from the National Treasury. Over and above that, there's been a lack of confirmation of donor funds, confirmed donor funds. So we've only put into this budget confirmed donor funds to ensure that we do not over budget and overcommit ourselves as we move ahead. We have also, through the PCC, requested for additional funding to fund the PCC, as their current vote that they receive from the Treasury is not enough to sustain them and the projects, many projects that they need to do, and hence they utilize donor funds to fulfill a lot of their project work, whereas the funds we receive from the Treasury covers, in the most part, mainly their salaries and a few other operational costs. Thus, NETLEC will continue to incubate the PCC until it is fully funded by the Fiscus and able to be established as an entity on its own. On the right-hand side, the blue, we've just listed some of the key budget features. I think I've talked to most of them already. Some of the key ones, other ones which I haven't spoken to yet. Because of the tight budget we have and the constraints we have, we're not filling some of the vacant posts that we have at the moment. We're budgeted to fill only one of them. As salaries already make up 71% of our budget. And some of the reasons why that percentage is so high, as much as we can say a lot of our work is done through our employees, this percentage has been increasing year on year, largely due to the cuts on our budget, where the budget has been cut itself, but employee costs has year on year, of course, been increased due to the cost of living increases. And additionally, once the PCC joined us as well, because majority of their transfers are allocated to salaries as well, that further skews it up, the percentage upwards. So because of this, as mentioned by the ED, we haven't necessarily decreased any of our core targets. We're still ensuring that we can fulfill our mandate as NETLEC. However, it does sort of limit us when it comes to additional, for example, capital improvement, for example, IT upgrades and similar type of projects outside of the core work. That's something we obviously will look at as we go ahead and try to find funds to fund these projects. Capacity building, the ED has spoken to that as well. Our capacity building budget has decreased across our three constituencies for this period. Again, this is to ensure that we are able to submit a balanced budget. And the PCC itself does contribute towards the NETLEC overall budget when it comes to shared costs such as audit fees, water, electricity, and so on. I think if we can move to the next few slides, I think basically I've covered the key points as requested by the ED in terms of the budget. As mentioned, we have presented this numbers before, and I think the next few slides, Chairperson, just talks to the more details in terms of the revenue, the revenue, the expenditure, and the makeup of those revenue and expenditure line items. So, Chairperson, I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Farhan. Chairperson, just to wrap it up, I said right at the beginning, there is a piece of work, national duty that NEDLAC will be expected to participate in, and that is the national dialogue. Per the announcement of the president, NEDLAC has been engaging with what is colloquially referred to as the National Dialogue Preparatory Task Team. The engagements had been unofficial and informal at the beginning. Now that the president has made the announcement, we have gone on to engage with them to get a sense of what in actual terms it would mean to be the secretariat of the National Dialogue. Even today, some of the colleagues, we had to split. Some of the colleagues had to meet with the planning and programming work stream of that National Dialogue Preparatory Task Team. And as soon as we have better clarity, as soon as our mandating structures, including our minister and the department, would have fully briefed us. Hopefully, we will be afforded another opportunity to come and present to the portfolio committee what, in actual terms, it means for NEDLAC to be the secretariat of the National Dialogue. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you to the CCMA and NEDLAC. I will, without further waste of time, ask that members who would want to speak on the two presentations are able to do so, and that I note the hands. Honorable Maetsu. There's Honorable Willa. It's let me, in the meantime, take Honorable Maetsu. Proceed in the meantime.
Thank you, Chair. May I request that I keep my video off so that I can be able to participate meaningfully, Chair?
Yes, you're permitted. You can proceed.
Yeah, Chair. Chair, I will start with the last presentation of NEDLAC, but highlighting the critical concern on the two presentations, the CCMA as well as the NEDLAC on the budget cuts. I think this is a very concerning and it's a worrying factor for National Treasury to cut the budget for these two entities. And in terms of the NATLAC, because the budget cuts may have a very significant implication for its ability to effectively perform its role in facilitating social dialogue and promoting economic development. Now, Chair, in as far as these budget cuts are concerned, there are key concerns in terms of dealing with the capacity for social dialogue, particularly when it comes to NEDLAC. But equally, it can also have an impact on economic development initiatives because NEDLAC plays a very crucial role in promoting economic development initiatives. Therefore, Chair, the budget cuts may compromise its ability to support projects and programs that drive economic growth and job creation. It will further, Chair, also weaken institutional framework, and that will have the potential of undermining its ability to provide effective support to social partners and facilitate meaningful engagement. So I don't want to go around and highlighting the worrying factors around these potential consequences when it comes to budget cuts relating to the two entities. But what I will recommend is that the National Treasury should review this budget allocation so that it ensure NATLEC has sufficient resources to perform its critical functions. Again, it must prioritize social dialogue and NATLEC's role in facilitating engagement between government, labor, and business to promote economic development and address socio-economic challenges that are facing the country, Chair. So, and then the same approach applies when it comes to the CCMA. And it's very concerning, Chair, that here, Chair, you have the increased caseload and the backlog in the CCMA. And the CCMA's performance, it has been very marvelous over the years. CCMA has achieved clean audits with the little resources that are allocated to the CCMA. However, Chair, the CCMA caseload continue to increase while its budget has been cut by 300 million over 3 years. So potentially, this exacerbates the existing backlog and undermining its effectiveness. So later, we will be getting the reports that the CCMA is failing its constitutional mandate to perform or to meet its target if we are not raising concern over the budget cuts. It will further, Chair, affect the services and capacity, because these budget cuts may lead to the reduced services, including also having fewer commissioners and decreased use of part-time commissioners, compromising the CCMA's ability to assist workers. So, Chair, again, my worry will be undermining labor dispute resolution, as the Commissioner alluded earlier on, that their mandate is very clear and straightforward, that the CCMA plays a very critical role in resolving labor disputes. Therefore, budget cuts may compromise its ability to perform this function effectively. So I don't want to say that there is nothing changed. Indeed, when it comes to budget cuts, it's a concern. It's a serious concern. And therefore, I don't see these two entities achieving their objectives in terms of their APPs. I don't understand how they will. They say that there are no changes, but moving forward, they are affected by this particular budget cuts, which is very concerning. Now, Chair, there are two questions that I will ask, both the CCMA as well as the NETLEC. And first question will be, how will NETLEC translate, because they mentioned the climate resilient, how will they then translate climate resilient and inclusive growth policy into tangible benefits for marginalized communities, given the recent extreme weather conditions in the Eastern Cape that affected mainly our Tambo district? I'm raising this thing on the current environmental conditions that are taking place in the country, particularly in that part of the province, in the OR Tambo district, because the report does highlight issues of the climate changes and so forth. So I think that this question is very relevant to that presentation. And the last question, Chair, is that how does the CCMA plan to ensure that vulnerable and rural population are not left behind, given the disparities in access and economic participation? And these are the questions that I'm asking on the basis of the comment I've made earlier, Chair, of the budget cuts. And I will be happy to hear, particularly from the minister as well, how will they intend to deal with this particular issue that is facing the two entities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maetso. Honorable Mukwele.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Maetso has covered most of my comments that I wanted to do, especially with the CCMA and the issue of budget cut. You know, it's very worrisome when the state establish the entities and then they are not well supported and not well taken care of. So part of my questions already, I almost said Commissar Honorable Maetso has covered it. But however, I would like to ask the Commissioner, what role should sorry, Chair. The question that I want to ask for the CCMA is that how many vacant positions are there in the CCMA, especially at the managerial position, and if there are, what will then be the plan for the CCMA to fill those positions? And for how long will that process be, bearing the fact that there is a huge budget cut? So my other question will then go straight to NEDLEC. And then I would want to know that how are you going to maintain your strategic plan, especially that there is about 13% cut of the budget, and you are now coming to us and present that even the donors, there's a lack of donors. So how are you going to make sure that the strategic plan that you have, you're going to maintain and you're going to perform? Chair, another question for NEDLEC will be, how will you be able not to, what am I saying? How does the dialogue going to affect? I can hear that the NEDLEC is going to be the secretariat to the dialogue, right? So with the money that the NEDLEC is going to participate and being the secretariat, I don't know how much are you budgeting for the specific dialogue. How about redirecting that monies to make sure that the projects that you are having as a NEDLEC are better performed or are being implemented? How is it that important that the dialogue is being prioritized as such? Can't we now start to shift from being gathering and talking rather than doing the actual work of trying to perform what we have, of trying to do the work that is supposed to be done, of creating jobs, of stimulating the economy? I think by doing that, redirecting the budget or redirecting the allocations that are there to make sure that we just sit there and talk and come up with recommendations that will not be implemented, not because you don't want to implement it, but simply because there are no resources to implement those recommendations or those resolutions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Bahrain.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. I hadn't asked questions with the other entities because it seems that their reports seem to be a wish list, but these two are a real worry, and I'm obviously reiterating some of the issues raised by my two colleagues before me now. First of all, let's have a look at the CCMA. The CCMA at the moment is probably starting to destroy its fantastic reputation because of these budget cuts. You're waiting for almost 14 months for an arbitration. So employees are desperately waiting 14 months to have an arbitration heard. It doesn't make any sense. What one has to keep in mind is that up in North Africa, we had the Arab Spring a few years back when unemployment reached 25%. Well, we're now at about 43%. And the CCMA, to a large degree, and I attribute this to them, to a large degree has kept labour peace in South Africa. And their mandate to keep labour peace is going to be destroyed if we have this budget cut. In fact, to the contrary, I'm saying they should actually have a budget increase as opposed to a decrease, specifically because we need labour peace and because we're going through traumatic times in employment in South Africa, really traumatic. It can't get much worse than this. We've hit the bottom of the barrel. And so what I'm looking for is a redistribution, because the Department of Labour might not get more money from the Treasury. It looks like we've got a pot of money, and that pot of money has to be divided. And in that division, I think we need to take money away from the other entities and give it to both the CCMA and to NEDLAC. To move on to NEDLAC, they're going to be playing a much bigger role over the next 2 years at least. We're seeing some radical labour changes in the labour legislation, and that's going through a lot of debates. And then, of course, we're seeing the presidential summit. Now, my understanding is that they've attributed about 70 million rand for that MBISA to take place. I want to know, in fact, if NEDLAC's getting half of that or three quarters of that, because that's what they deserve. They'll probably be overseeing most of that. The other thing about NEDLAC is, yes, they've got some donor funding, and I applaud that. I think it's fantastic. They need to push more. They need to go to the bigger companies and force their hand. They need to give more and more money to NEDLAC, because that's going to be attributed with the CCMA on the ground, and NEDLAC changing some of our laws is going to be attributed to labour peace in the future. Both of these organizations are vital for ongoing service delivery in South Africa. The other ones, as I said, seem to be a bit pie in the sky and wishes and job creation, etc. We get those entities giving us that same report every year, but we never get a report back saying how much they've actually created. So what I'm saying is these two, CCMA and NEDLAC, are engines. They're the engine room of this whole department, is CCMA and NEDLAC. And I think we as a group, we need to send that message back to the minister and to whoever is prepared to listen, that we need to re-engineer this entire budget of the Department of Employment and Labour to ensure that both these entities not only don't get a budget cut, but get an increase. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Opani. Honorable Opani.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Chair, to boost my network connectivity, may I not show the video?
Permitted, can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question each of the entities, starting with the CCMA. It's just a direct question, Chair. What role can CCMA play beyond dispute resolution? You know, they said their main key performance area is dispute resolution. But now, beyond dispute resolution, how can they actively influence economic policy and labor market reforms? Then coming to NEDLAC, how can NEDLAC enhance its capacity to monitor, evaluate, and enforce policies in a way that promotes social justice rather than just compliance. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kopane, and I recognize Honorable Mbele. You are muted. Okay, you are now open. Proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my worry, it's the issue that we've been raising all the time. I'm sorry that I'm going to echo my colleagues' words. But what we've been asking about is the issue of the CCMA. Now, it's surprising that, again, there's a budget cut and all that stuff, whereas we have raised this issue and it has been a problem for a very long time, where the budget was not enough for them to can employ other, maybe commission. I don't know whether you call them commissioner or something like that. But as far as I'm concerned, it worries me a lot, because now here we are dealing with the lives of the people. Here we are dealing with a very vulnerable people who are, others have lost their job unfairly, and others are being abused at work. So now, if then we are going to have these challenges, really we are not doing we are not being fair in the community. We are not being fair with these vulnerable people. Now, they seems like they are not protected enough, because we are going to be having a lot of cases that are not sitting, maybe that are not resolved accordingly. So really, the issue of this, what I call it's a problem. I don't want to lie to you. The issue of the budget cuts, it's a challenge. It's a challenge, because even if maybe at some states CCMA might not perform, we won't be able to can even take it into what you call to account for that, because they will be simple saying no, but we are not resourced. We have raised these issues so many times, but they are not being attended to. So that is another issue that I don't know. It must be raised with the treasury. It is really, it's affecting the people. It's not about maybe we want anything that is not doable, but we cannot sit here and say we are advocating for our people. But at the end of the day, we are the one that are abusing them. I understand these are the processes that must go through the treasury and all that stuff. But I wish, a minister, at some stage, you will really raise this concern of us and then tell them, now, man, we've been saying this thing, I don't know how many times now, but it keeps occurring all the time. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mbele. The last person on my list, Honorable Nontsale. You are muted. Okay, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And again, greetings to you and the Honorable Minister and Honorable members, together with our guest on the platform. Excuse me. Honorable Chair, with regard to, I think I agree with the sentiments that have been raised by all members, honorable members, with regard to issue of budget cuts for both institutions, that is Network and the CCMA. These are very much strategic institutions, both in terms of promoting social dialogue on the one part, but also of extending legal services, particularly to vulnerable sectors. And if both of them are to be allowed to go down or become inaccessible, in particular CCMA, what that means, it means that the vulnerable sectors would obviously be severely affected. But also it would limit the ability of the institution to attract highly skilled commissioners, given that the budget cuts would also impact on the ability of the CCMA to engage such level of commissioners. So there is quite a very strong argument, Honorable Chair, that we should in fact be advancing to ensure that the issue of budget cuts is in fact dealt with, so that CCMA in particular is able to continue to provide the service, particularly to vulnerable sectors, that it has up to now been able to do. Similarly, the service that CCMA is giving is in fact also very much vulnerable to all sectors, including the one that I've made reference to. On the issue of NEDLAC, I would want to also to talk to the issue of the Presidential Climate Commission and as well as the National Dialogue. Because my understanding, but it's a question for clarity, that these two are in fact only located within NEDLAC, and that they both have their own budgets. And if that is the case, which I assume to be the case, what amount of that budget is in fact dedicated to supporting NEDLAC? Is it a budget to be spent just away from NEDLAC, but whilst at the same time these two entities or institutions that have been set up are run from NEDLAC? So that clarity needs to be brought in so that we know very well whether, for instance, there are revenue streams or these are in fact additional revenue streams within which NEDLAC would be able to meet its budget shortfalls, or they are just not at all to be considered in that regard. The second point, Honorable Chair, is also it relates to the issue of the impact on the annual performance plans, that is of the entity that is in NEDLAC. That with budget cuts, obviously you would be constrained in terms of being able to ensure that the annual performance plans are taken to their logical conclusion. More so if, for instance, the entity is going now to also to be the site where, in fact, National Dialogue, and as well already it is, in fact, a site for the Presidential Climate Commission. So I think the question, therefore, would need to be further clarified so that we're able to then to understand the extent to which the institute that is NEDLAC is able, therefore, to meet or to plug the gaps that have come as a consequence of the budget shortfall. Unfortunately, we don't have the kind of reference, similar reference that we can make with regard to CCMA. But that clarity, Chair, I think it would help us so that we're able to argue from a better informed position. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nansele. Honorable Minister, the team, again, you'll be guided by yourself in response to the questions in a similar way, that there's a reference directly to questions that have been asked. You'll indicate if you come in first, or you'll be right at the end to plug the gaps. But it's now over to yourself to respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll come last. Thank you.
And then start CCMA, followed by NEDLAC.
Ngiyabonga, Chairperson. Thank you very much to members on the positive sentiments. And also thank you for also, supporting us to find a way to navigate the resource challenges we have, because we understand it's not just us, it is the country challenge, and other departments suffer the same fate. And I think the conversations we've had with the Deputy Minister a couple of times, and also the planned meeting we're going to have with our Minister to discuss creative ways on how we can navigate the budgetary challenges will be of benefit to us as CCMA, and we do have ideas on creative ways on how we can do that, but it's going to require political intervention. It may also indicate some progressive, transformative changes to relevant statutes in order to accommodate such propositions. Because in such circumstances, we have to be very aggressive in our approach in a positive sense in order to do that. Instead of us just always coming to you crying, we just have to be creative and innovative within legislative prescripts in order to find a survival mode, so that we really protect this very important entity in our society. So as far as the budget impact, and I think we've had a number of submissions we've made about the impact and how it affects the operations and the existence of the organization. I think that's well documented. What remains is just to execute the innovation and the creativity and see if we can turn that around. On the Honorable Maecho's question, how does CCMA ensure accessibility by vulnerable workers? We always do that because we had to. If you look at our constitution and look at our legislation, it's geared towards servicing this very sector. And if you actually look at the profiles of people who approach CCMA, it is the vulnerable sectors. The reason why we introduced the technological advancements and also shorten certain processes, it's intended to do that. And we do understand that while that may look good in terms of accessibility using our gadgets, because everybody has a cell phone, but having a cell phone does not mean you can afford data. It doesn't mean that you always have airtime. I'll give an example. Domestic workers and some construction workers. Such cases, we sometimes use telephone to mediate them or to conciliate them instead of them coming to the CCMA. And our success rate in doing that is above 90%. So they don't have to come. We make the phone call, we issue rulings, and we also assist in the enforcement of such outcomes. There has been a very positive response in that regard. Certain unnecessary processes that we have, we also merging them. But online processes has really made it easier. But the only constraint is that given the socio-economic environment in our country, that people can't afford data, and data is quite expensive. And connecting this to the other question about what our role will be, especially our influence beyond dispute resolution, I will still come to it, but it connects with this one. Just to give an example, some of the municipalities, I don't know if they still do, they do provide free Wi-Fi that people can then be able to use our electronic systems instead of traveling. So that is accessibility, which is enshrined in our constitution in terms of Section 34. Our agreement, in addition to that, our agreement that we have with our municipalities or Masipala is for them to allow us to use the municipal offices for our hearings where we can't avoid them. I think that's progressive, and that has assisted quite a lot what we need to do, what the assistants will request, is for that to be expanded, so that we include more and more municipalities, because they are outside of our jurisdiction as Department of Employment. So corporate governance and all of that has been responsive, but I think we can do better there. If we can succeed on the ICT front, if we can succeed in using our state entities, facilities, and infrastructure for us to do cases, that will really help. This also includes our social partners. We've got federations such as COSATU. We've got bigger business organizations such as BUSA and them. You've got FEDUSA, you've got all, SAFTU, and you've got NACTU. These federations, there's a number of unions under them, but they do have offices everywhere as well. The same way as attorneys and advocates do, that they appreciate online cases and their clients come to their offices. And that the federations and unions can also adopt the same approach. And they are more comfortable there because these are the protectors of workers. So we can access them there. There's no network issue. There's no traveling issue. Witnesses can go there. So a number of things can be done. So there's a long list of things that we do in order to ensure that our workers are, in fact, accommodated, especially the vulnerable sectors, specifically domestic workers, construction workers. Interestingly, Chair, that when we are at the ILO led by the minister, I was in the platform economy on decent work on platform economy. That's one vulnerable sector, and accessibility by them to dispute resolution and other legal intricacies that comes with them. It's another new special focus that we must make. I don't know if you've noticed last week, there was a report which was issued talking about Checker 60 and all of those those who use services on scooters. They need to access justice through platforms that we create. But because of the intricacies of the sector, and I'm glad and I'm happy that in our committee, and which was the resolution we took as SADC and led by South Africa, of course, that platform economy will now be led by a convention instead of a recommendation. That then will enhance the vulnerable part covered at convention level, which will affect and influence local legislation, our LRA and basic conditions, and employment equity will have to be adapted or adjusted once that convention is done. So it's quite an interesting question, this one, but I think we need to have a very thorough discussion about how we specifically do that, not in the setup, because here we're talking about the plan, the 5-year plan. We can talk about that and the expansions and how we can do using that. And of course, the other income generation strategies that we have and all of that can also influence policy. We can talk about that. Into the next question, Honorable Mukweli. How many vacancies we have at management? Let me respond directly to that. Thank you to my corporate services who has provided the detail of where we are, where we didn't foresee that question. The total vacancy rate, Honorable Mukweli, is 3.55 that we have as matters stand now. And the total vacancies we have is about 31 out of almost 900, staff members. And you specifically asked whether we have management vacancies. Yes, we do. We have 5 of them. And we already, by the end of June, 3 interviews are set down for those ones. And interestingly, Chairperson, we can also note that even the director of the CCMA position will become vacant on the 1st of April. But already we have advertised the position. We've received applicants. Interviews will happen in July. And it's the highest position in the organization, but we've already acted on it to make sure that we satisfy what Honorable Mukweli is asking about. And as a result of that, we are acting quite actively on that. But what I must explain is that every time you promote someone to a higher position, a vacancy opens. That's what happens in our case. As people grow and they leave positions, they get the vacancies open. So it almost becomes a revolving door. But I'm sure that members will appreciate, if you look at the percentage, which is 3.55, that we're not actually doing badly. in terms of that. There are a number of unfunded vacancies that we have. So those ones we're not advertising because we can't afford them. So that'll be the case in that regard. So we have taken steps about and how long will it take. I've answered that part on how long it's going to take, and then the others will follow as well. While we think we're winning, the new vacancies arise. For example, if the new director comes from internally in the organization, it will mean therefore that whoever is holding a position there, when they become director, then that position becomes vacant. So that's just a dynamic that we're dealing with there. And then almost last question, because the other questions were just to be specific, Chair, there's a position at management level which deals with the National Senior Commissioner that is responsible for all the provinces. We call it the National Senior Commissioner Dispute Resolution. The interview is already set for the 30th of June. And also we have a senior commissioner position at management level. A recommendation is already made. And then by month end, we would have covered even the very important one on the 25th of the senior manager governance. So I'm giving you the specifics supported by my team there so that you see how serious we take vacancies, especially in the environment and the nature of the work that we do, already having staff members that are carrying more than one function because of the shortages in budget. So people are doing much more than they should. So when there's a vacancy, we just act quickly to just cover that. And thanks for that info from the team. On the very exciting question, number 4, Honorable Nkopane, you really got me excited when you asked this question. What can CCMA do or play beyond dispute resolution? It's a very, very, in fact, when I look at the question, you can write a publishable paper on this question about the role we can play beyond dispute resolution. We've already taken a number of actions beyond dispute resolution. In our presentation where we talk about our mandate, just to be specific, we must invest and spend more energies on dispute prevention because it will cost us less, because many of the disputes that we have, we can prevent them. It's just that resources don't allow anymore. We were able to go to workplaces and do a lot of conferences and do a lot of know your rights and also share a number of issues. It's part of our dispute prevention strategies. And when companies invite you to talk about what is a dismissal, so how can we improve workplace relationships, we do that. And as a result, there's no need to refer disputes because people understand how to manage themselves and how to manage their workplaces. So that strategy is quite useful of dispute prevention. But there's a number of these that we can talk about that we feel we can contribute. Let me give you another interesting example. Parliament recently has issued a remarkable bill for the first time in our country, actually. We have a mediation bill. And if you look at specific paragraphs of what is intended with the mediation bill, it's not doing the mediation of the work that CCMA do and with the bargaining councils. This is a much broader mediation that the state is introducing, and the panel that must be created, the community reach of that mediation is quite exciting to look at. How, when you look at the history of CCMA, you will note that the function that we do actually was intended not just to cover labor. It was supposed to cover other disputes, like when you've got the student protest about the fees must fall. We were mediating that dispute despite the fact that it's not within our legislative domain. So in collaboration with such efforts of the state in encouraging mediation in all disputes, including divorce mediations and all kinds of mediations, issues relating to road accident funds, the mediations in that. We saw the Judge President of Gauteng, what he introduced in terms of making mediation, quite compulsory. This happens in the match courts as well. So if you expand such functions, because CCMA commissioners are seasoned mediators, seasoned arbitrators, there's type of disputes that we can do beyond our statutory mandate to assist, of course, with resources permitting. But I've got about almost 10 points, which I will not present now, which we can play in influencing economic policy. We can, because our function, it was never intended by Parliament that we should just be focused on conciliating, mediating labor disputes only. So this step taken by the state is a commendable one. We took interest in it. Of course, we didn't play a part in it, but it's mediation, and we do have mediators. How we can assist in the economic development and preservation, it is through the resources that we have as a state for us to do. So there's a number of those things, including also the issue of economic development in the sense that as government, I think the time has come for us to think beyond just having a cap in the hand and asking for monies to be given to us. We have to be somehow find a way to be self-sustainable and be active in the economy without losing our independence and our impartiality in resolving disputes. And such engagements will directly have impact on certain socio-economic factors, including some of the cost that is carried by the state, which we can carry, because we have to circulate money somehow when we do some of these functions. So like I said, it's a full paper you can write on our impact beyond disputes. I've never heard such a topic before put in this way that says, you know, role beyond dispute resolution. And dispute prevention was the first thing, but now it opens a buffet of a number of things, but the only thing that can make it possible is resources permitting for us to do so. There are resources. We do have commissioners. I trust them. They are very good at what they do, and they are able to do those functions. And we will not have too much of a problems of budgetary issues we're talking about if we can execute some of those strategies beyond just dispute resolution. For example, the issue of training and empowerment, because if we're going to be serious about issues of a capable state that is embraced in development, you need the agents of change to do that. And in our entity, including in the bargaining councils, we have those people. It's a matter of how we use them for us to be self-sustainable. So it's a very exciting question, and thank you for that question. I think we can. So answering the question directly, yes, we do. We can influence economic policy. I mean, the role we play in TERS, for example, our temporary employment, that concept can be developed, and we're going to have an engagement with the minister and the deputy minister about it. Because the moment you can save 5,000 jobs, you have contributed in mitigating unemployment and poverty. But when you do so, you must find strategies to sustain it. It can't be short-term, 6 months, 1 year, then you're dead. You must sustain it, and that continues to do that. So through UIF, Productivity SA, DTI, we can then improve that product that we already have on how we can make a meaningful economic development that is sustainable through that eye, because we can. So we are going to discuss it with the minister and the DG. We had a discussion in the ILO also about strategies that we can implement. We've agreed on a couple of things that we're going to do, and we feel excited about it. So we're going to have a meeting, and then and I think when we come back later, maybe in the third quarter, the fourth quarter, we can present a program that we think we can do, and where your role as legislature can play in making that possible. Let me close it on that, because that one is a very exciting, it's a very big and a very broad subject, which I'm very excited about. It's very progressive and very helpful. Chairperson, I think we've covered the questions other than the commentaries which were made. Can I leave it at that? If I missed any question, we are happy to respond. If I did, I think Honorable Bagram, it was more of a commentary also on concerns, and Honorable Untitled as well, in Nombele, we're echoing that, which we appreciate and note. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I can proceed from that leg. Thank you very much. I should also start by appreciating the kind words coming from the members. We appreciate the general level of goodwill. Maybe let me start by asking the Acting Chief Operations Officer of the Presidential Climate Commission to take the question on climate resilience and vulnerable communities, and that I'll come back to wrap up with all the network-related questions. Mr. Ngumalo?
Yeah, thank you very much, ED, and good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, and colleagues. Just a quick one on my side. I mean, recently we've made recommendations on disaster management, and especially what we're looking at there is really just the improvement of the disaster management approach in South Africa. And we've tabled those recommendations, including giving them directly to the minister responsible for corporate governance and traditional affairs, whom really the mandate lies with. And in the chair, what we're simply saying is there needs to be really some elevated and centralized approach to how we are managing disasters. And we also need to establish, in a way, a multi-agency, interdepartmental and multi-sectoral management approach to disasters. We need to improve early warning systems really at a community level to ensure that there is early warning and signaling around disasters, and that major impacts are really avoided, especially when it comes to the loss of life. We've also spoken in those recommendations, Chair, about promoting a culture of proactive resilience building. So not only just really looking at the response, but also what else can we do, particularly from an infrastructure point of view, in terms of building resilience, and also building resilience for quick responses to disasters. So the elements that speaks to particularly the climate finance aspects. So we've really started that off on the year, and then we've moved on, Chair, to now work on a just transition, a just adaptation and resilience investment platform. Really here, Chair, we are seeking to pull together some of the planning that has happened, particularly, or at least as a starting point. We're looking primarily at the water sector, the built environment sector, and the agriculture sector. Agriculture from a food security point of view, water sector from a water security point of view, and generally the built environment and the ecological infrastructure under the built environment sector, to really start thinking through what are some of the investment pathways that we could follow in line with our decarbonization path towards 2050. That will really yield some very strong sentiments from a resilience building point of view, which is in line also with what we've said on our disaster review recommendations, but also not only that, also help communities really on the ground to really adapt to climate change impacts. And then, Chair, what we've also done as a test case following the recent sixth assessment report of the IPCC, we've went to Nelson Mandela Bay, working with the business chamber there, working with the municipality there, to really look at the climate resilient development pathway strategy for the municipality, which will not only respond to the Climate Change Act as recently assented into law, but will also, Chair, further assist with locally considered investments and projects that are seeking to improve the resilience of the Nelson Mandela Bay and further enhance the adaptive capacity of the very same municipality. So, Chair, there are pockets of work that we've started on the whole, and that we are looking to sort of build towards this just adaptation and resilience investment platform that we are hoping to launch at the end of this financial year. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you to me, Chair. From our side, I think that we could group the questions directed at us into two broad areas, but ultimately they all probably revolve around budgets, funds, adequacy of resources. And I'm going to try and answer in two bits, from the known to the unknown. I'm starting with the known. Indeed, the budget of Netlec has been undergoing cuts for a bit, and at some point it was a function of efficiencies within Netlec, and with the state, with government, with administration, when you demonstrate ability, capability to be efficient, to save, sometimes it translates in the mind of those allocating funds to say, you don't need the money that we had given to you. So there was a time, especially during COVID, when Netlec returned some money to Treasury, and therein may well be the reason why the budgets were cut at that point. Now, as a consequence of that, over a period of time, Netlec has sought to adjust to doing more with less. So there are certain things that in certain organizations may be par for the course, and in Netlec may well be, for example, because a lot of our work involves organizing, facilitating discussions, facilitating engagements, and all of those. We have come to appreciate that we don't need our staff to always be on the road. So where they don't need to be in the office, they are able to take up those meetings as long as they keep within the established protocols, the timeframes within which to produce reports and to do the work that they're expected to do. And another one of our survival tactics, and I think it applies to all organizations. I think even CCMA may have cited it. We do a bit of collaborations with like-minded organizations, like the ILO, such that we can engage in impactful work without having to tap too much into our balance sheet. So based on that kind of a mindset, you will see, Chair and members, that whenever we would experience these budget cuts, and that is why we're not making an issue out of the 13% budget cuts, is because whenever we face a budget cut, we look in and see what is it that we can cut on. And if you were to have a look, a hawk's eye on Netlec, you see it's a mean and lean machine. It's a nimble organization. We have kept salary increases to within a minimum. We have kept we have resisted potential bloating of staff. For example, there's 2 senior management positions that we have not filled because we looked at our budget and thought we will not be able to fill these positions. Fortunately, luckily, and I'm making the point, I suppose, because the members have been generous with us, have been so I suppose there's only so much you can take, you can absorb before you start imploding. Right now, we have not started imploding, but if there's an opportunity for us to find ways in which we can start, there is so much that we've removed from our bone. I mean, certain things that other institutions may consider normal things to have. For us, we tend to consider those as frills. And when we budget, we do not budget for those. I mean, for example, certain ICT systems, certain aspects of travel, certain aspects of CAPEX. Fortunately, the building we are in is owned by us, but it is not necessarily in the best state that we would love for it to be in. And if we had extra monies here and there, we would obviously renovate it in such a way that it meets the needs, not just our needs, but the needs of our social partners and the needs of our clients and customers, those that come and be with us. So to the question, will the cuts not impact on the performance of your APP? Our straight answer is no, because even though we have cut almost to the bone, but we have cut out virtually everything that is not necessarily our core business. And that which is our core business, we're not compromising any of it. There are opportunities. Obviously, as a new person, as a new executive director in the job, there are certain things that I think we could do better, and we will look to do better. There was a question on whether we shouldn't be approaching, the private sector, philanthropies, and all of those things. But the point, I think, and I'm actually repeating the point that Commissioner Cameron made about CCMA. The reason why institutions like NEDLAC should be wholly state funded is exactly that their independence, their impartiality, because they do a very critical job in society. They have to do it in such a way that no one ever questions their impartiality. No one ever questions their independence. And even if a philanthropic organization or a private entity, even a foreign government, even if they were to give us grants to do work in line with our core business, without saying do things this way, there is always a possibility that someone out there might say they have arrived at that kind of report because they were funded by so and so and so. And that is why organizations, entities like NEDLAC should, as much as possible, rely on the fiscus to do their work. This is not to say there is no room or opportunity for grants, and there's a way in which those can be directed and redirected to do certain jobs that are supportive to our work in such a way that what remains can increase for purpose of doing our core business. I hope members get me in that regard. And then the other set of questions, and this is where I'm moving towards the unknown. The other set of questions revolves around the national dialogue. There's I saw the presidency has sought to clarify the issue about the 700 million budget, that there is no such, that kind of thing. And there's there are members that say, would you be able to take some of that and put it into your medium-term expenditure framework? Of course, that is not possible. But maybe 2 or 3 points to be made about the national dialogue and where NEDLAC is concerned. For us, it makes sense that the national dialogue would have NEDLAC as its secretariat, because it's probably NEDLAC is probably the state institution closest to what is envisaged to be the exercise of the national dialogue. A social dialogue, engagements, facilitation, report writing, following up on this and that, and ultimately policy making, legislation, and all that goes with that. So it makes sense that the national dialogue should be, NETLEC should be associated with the national dialogue. I made the point right at the beginning that we are still trying to figure out, together with all those involved, what it means in practical terms. We have and part of this we learn as you go. We've had experience with the job summit where a project office was established in NETLEC. We have now a living example of the Presidential Climate Commission, where a cost center was established in NETLEC. A program was established in NETLEC. But outside of all of that, the PCC still maintained relative autonomy. It spends its money and with a broken reporting line to the NETLEC secretariat. So the point I'm making is that we have models of success on which the national dialogue can rely, and that is why we anticipate that it is a job that can be carried out with relative ease. It does sound like an activity at a scale never experienced in South Africa. Maybe the organizations, entities closest to having experienced something like that would be organizations like the IEC, because they involve everyone in the country. And whenever I hear people talk about the national dialogue, the IEC tends to be one of those that they make reference to. And this is my last point. We do not expect that the national dialogue will be thrown at the lap of NETLEC without any resources associated with it. So we treat it and think of it as a funded mandate. And it being a funded mandate assumes certain things, that it will come with a budget, and the budget will include a budget to do work, to procure this and that, but it will also include a budget to put warm bodies in the function. And where the national dialogue will tap into NETLEC are the tried and tested systems that exist at NETLEC. The supportive infrastructure and all that relates to it, which will make sure that the national dialogue proves to be a success at the end of the day. I think, Chair, because I decided to clap them all, I would like to believe that that covers every one of the questions, but if I miss any by mistake, I'm happy to look at it. Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think my ED and my director have covered everything. And I see now they're strategic in saving their time so that they can use it as they come back to respond to the questions. They were quite elaborate, Chair, but as you can hear from what they've said as they responded, they showed that both entities remain indispensable pillars of our democratic developmental state, and each of them uniquely positioned to advance social cohesion, institutional trust, and labor market stability in an increasingly volatile and unequal economy. NETLEC is not just a forum, it is a constitutional practice of dialogue in action. It is where contested visions of South Africa's future are negotiated into shared programs of action, whether it is the steering of the just transition, processing of complex reforms such as basic income grant, or balancing trade-offs in economic policy. NETLEC's relevance has never ceased and never changes to be more apparent. So at this time, when we are engaging on public and national dialogue, the role of NEDLEC cannot be overemphasized. And the NEDLEC's credibility as neutral convener and strategic consensus builder remains one of our country's greatest strengths. That is why the president has entrusted it with the national dialogue, signaling a new era for NEDLEC and for the Department of Employment and Labor, one in which NEDLEC becomes the architect, not just the facilitator of a renewed social compact. So as government, we are fully committed to resourcing and capacitating NEDLEC so it can meet this historic mandate, even amid fiscal constraints. So, Chairperson, the issue of the financial constraints is something that we are quite awake to, and we understand that we've got tight budgetary ceilings, but the demands on the state are also immense. But that can't be the reason for us and these institutions like NEDLEC to retreat. It must give us a reason to invest smarter, coordinate better, and innovate faster. We are committed in finding sustainable ways to ensure NEDLEC not only survives this fiscal period, but thrives beyond it. On CCMA Chair, CCM continues to demonstrate that excellence, and it is possible to continue even under these financial constraints, and it remains one of the few institutions that delivers clean audits, as the members have said, consistently, while expanding its reach to those most in need. But like NEDLEC, the CCMA too faces a paradox of growing demand and shrinking resources. So, Chair, we are seeing the reality, which is clear, and no amount of efficiency can fully substitute for adequate resourcing. The CCMA plays a crucial role, not only in establishing workplaces, but also in giving voice of the working poor or to the working poor, the informal sector, and those excluded from traditional forms of representations. And that function of giving justice where there is imbalance cannot be compromised. Therefore, we're also committing that we will continue to explore all viable avenues to ensure both CCMA and NEDLEC are equipped not just to function, but to lead. We are strengthening interdepartmental collaboration, looking at blended funding models, and also revisiting cost structures, always with the aim of protecting the integrity and impact of these institutions, as both the Director, CCMA, and AD NEDLEC have also committed before this committee. Ultimately, both NEDLEC and CCMA must remain agents of transformation, Chair. We cannot allow them to become reactive bureaucracies. They must help us in shaping the policy, in shifting public discourse, and in serving as active levers of equity and justice. We are committed, Chair, in ensuring that these two entities are indeed supported. And we are saying, in a time of polarization, economic insecurity, and institutional fragility, South Africa needs more dialogue, not less, more labor peace, not more litigations, and more social solidarity, not more fragmentation. And both NEDLEC and CCMA are custodians of that vision. And the Department of Employment and Labor will work with them, invest in them, and defend their mandates, because the future of work depends on that support and the work that they do. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and the team from the CCMA and NEDLEC on this one. And honorable members, you have received responses based both on the comments made as well as the direct questions that you would have asked. And I take it that there is no question that has not been responded to, but it's work in progress. I think the points really to make on this one is that at least there's unanimity amongst members in terms of the need to fight for more resources as it relates to these entities, in particular to the CCMA in dealing with the backlogs and in a way that ensures that the times could be shortened in terms of matters that get to be before them, because then they'll have the ability to appoint adequate numbers and time allocation to those commissioners to resolve matters that are before them. And we are looking at this as the CMA it would have directed that one, maybe some of these matters may need legislation, but they also refer to something called creative ways. They do have proposals on those. And that reminded me then of a point I would have forgotten on how they also need to get extra income by having efficiencies as it relates to rentals, using the DDM. We have spoken about that matter for some time. And I want us to then be practical, that Honorable Minister, we can receive now these proposals in writing, so that for those that may have to wait for legislative changes, we start to work on those changes either side. But on those matters that need Parliament as things stand, in the appropriation process, there's still space to make inputs before you get budgets to be finalized. That happens, and most of the time it's an area that has not been exercised adequately by Parliament. So we usually go with what you put before us on the basis that the projects have been thought through and so on. But I think with this challenge that it gets to be motivated all the time, but you get cuts instead of being helped with the increase, I think the committee in its role must then come to the party, as I say, within the current legislative framework, where submissions get to be made and so on at committee level, engaging with the appropriations committee and so on. So at least that's provided for in law currently. So would need all that to come before us. Interesting points raised include the role that you play, whether you call it advocacy work, where you go out to train people and so on. But that comes at a cost. Whereas if it's training and it's got about developing the skills at that level in a way that ensures that you have less disputes and all that, because people are skilled enough to can handle these matters at their own level, such that they don't escalate. It then talks to other questions that employers and employees contribute in one way or the other for such things to happen. Whether from saving jobs, you are using the UIF as the platform, but skills levies are also paid to ensure that you continue to do that work. You even do it, I think I saw one schedule where the department is taking employment equity, especially the new determination on targets and so on, just to workshop how people get to work on this, accompanied by CCMA on a different topic that they deal with on abuses and so on. That training is also taking place with employers and employees. So I think there must be a way of looking at, as you said, creatively, how that gets to be leveraged somewhere else, so that you don't also have underspending of billions on an area where others are doing work with the little resources that they have when they could leverage from that. And I'm raising this with the reasonable assumption that those that train people are indeed accredited trainers in their own right, and that's why they are able to do so. So with the legislative amendments that are coming, I can imagine that you'll have more of these training workshops coming through, just to make sure people understand the implications of the new amendments and how we make everything to work in that scope. So I just thought I should raise the point that we now need it reduced to writing, look at those options, but especially where we are also expected to play a role, that we can begin to appreciate playing that role, the earlier the better. With regard to NEDLAC, I think for me the summary will really be that you are giving assurance from the NEDLAC side that you are ready to take up the task, and that the cuts would not make you not to do your work. However, you are also saying it does not mean that you have to tighten the belt to a point where you collapse at the end if there was to be an injection that keeps the entity alive and not get to a point of implosion. Because for now, there may be no such indication, but the more cuts you have, it's going to be real. Because if the survival is because you are not filling any of the positions, it is unless they are not in need. It was just one of those ones you have. But if it's areas of need, it definitely means that somebody has to triple up in terms of doing work, because you have to cover the space that needs to be performed by somebody else. And because they are human, there will be a time when they are worn out completely. So I think understand that the committees look at the resources that also go to that side, not to be saying you are probably not creative enough in that you are working even with these constraints and having that can basically make the institution move. So we're not saying that, but it's really to say we must put the case why we need to look at the resourcing of these two entities as important entities. I think that's really that in terms of what has been raised, and how one would want to summarize that. I take it that Mr. Sagasa, there's no other item in relation to the department and the entities for purposes of today, except if for committee, yes?
No, Chair, that was the only point today, Chair.
Thank you. So I see, Honorable Minister, you are raising your hand on that point.
I was looking for the icon of two hands put together to say thank you. I didn't find it now. I pressed my mistake. Sorry.
Okay. All right, Minister. I thought there was a point that you wanted a bit of extension of time. We finished quite early, so you would have already booked out to spend time with the committee. We would have looked at that. But all I'm saying is to really thank you for the presentation, but more importantly, the commitment to make the effort to respond to questions of members, quite empowering, including the opportunity to use the political overview to really take us through the journey, including the work that's being done on the international platform and how it affects us as the country. But more importantly, the contribution we make as the country in shaping up the international space in this area of work. We really do appreciate with that. Thanks, Honorable Minister and your team. So would be releasing you. I'm checking with Mr. Sagasa if that was the last item completely, because I don't see the flighted agenda on my side now.
That was the last item, Chair, for today.
No, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Thanks for your contributions. Let's keep on being robust in the way we are, but with a great deal of decorum in how we engage matters. The meeting stays adjourned until we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.